Hey guys, it's me, the Shadow of Innocence. I never thought I would be saying those words again, to be honest. It's been a good minute since we've all gotten to talk. Where to even begin? I made an original intro for this, but I was really tired, and when I played it back, it sounded kind of dull, so I'm re-recording this now, and holy shit. I really didn't think I would be coming back here. It's been a couple of years since I've made a YouTube video, and I haven't made a single update about where I've been or what I've been doing or anything like that. And I don't have a lot of time to explain it now because I want to get right into the video, but to keep things brief, I got married, I had kids, and now I'm moving into my own house. In New York, which is really fucking surprising because it's impossible to buy houses here, but holy shit, it's all coming together for me, and these last few years have been amazing, and I gotta be honest, there was a long time where I lost motivation to make horror narrations, but after becoming a dad and a husband and having all these great things happen to me, and I've been really focusing on my writing career. As I've been focusing on my writing career, I started reading back all my drafts, and as I continued to do that, I realized just how much I missed narrating horror stories right here on YouTube, so I decided that I wanted to give it another shot and come back. So to celebrate that, I decided that for my return, I would make a compilation video of what I believe are 28 of my best horror narrations that have been on this channel for over a decade now, which is crazy to say. All these videos I'm about to show you are over a decade old now. Yeah, that doesn't make me feel fucking old or anything, but I'm really proud of these recordings. I hope you guys enjoy them. I'm so glad to be back. I cannot wait to start making new videos for you guys again. Alright, I hope you enjoy this walk down memory lane with me. I'm the Shadow of Innocence, and I'll see you guys soon. Hacker, nerd, geek. I'm labeled with so many things, you can call me a post-it note. My name is Chris, and I live in California, in the middle of nowhere. I am currently 22 years old, and my favorite class is technology, or really anything having to do with numbers. So, you should know, I love using binary to stump my friend Alyssa. It's just really funny to see her try and figure it out. It's around 1:30 in the morning, and I'm watching scary videos on YouTube. I came upon a channel called To The Ark, weird name, but I clicked on a video called Extraction, and there was a figure with a white mask on that had black lips, black eyebrows, and black eye sockets. I was so scared, and the message in the video made no sense. So, I scrolled to the similar videos, and there was one with the channel name Marble Hornets. I clicked on the video, and it was called Entry 18, I think. The same figure was there with a buddy? This made no sense. I had to go to bed. I was so tired, it wasn't even funny. I felt the presence of something. I just don't know what. When I woke up the next morning, there were drawings all over the wall, and a doll that looked similar to a very tall, pale as snow man. I was a little scared, and then I also found a tape that was meant to be watched, as it stated on the back saying, "Watch me." So I went to the store and bought a tape recorder and hooked it up to my television. The tape was a video of Alyssa exploring what looked like the woods around my house. She turned the camera to herself and said into the camera, "Oh my gosh, I'm so freaking scared right now, it's the mask." The camera glitched, so I couldn't hear what she said, She continued with a visual interruption.
He's coming after me. They're following.
Interrupted again. I heard her stop walking, and her eyes widened. Found you. The camera was dropped, and Alyssa was screaming, "Get away! Get away! No! Help!" She was cut off by a sharp cracking. A good 15 minutes passed, and I was surprised the tape lasted that long. Suddenly, there was a high-pitched screeching sound, and I covered my ears in agony. It was the camera glitching again. Man, this camera is horrible, I thought. I saw that the camera has been picked up and was turned to Alyssa, her neck snapped and blood seeping from it. Then, it snapped to the same masked figure I saw in the video last night. It looked as if it had a seizure, and then the door to my house busted open, or so it seemed. My heart was beating a mile a second, and I grabbed the magnum I had under my desk in a duct tape pocket, and I yelled, "Who's there?" in a loud voice. The light shut off, creeping me out slightly. I felt hands grab me from behind, and I shot him in the foot that was not my own. I heard a scream, and I hit the guy with the butt of the magnum, and he recoiled, but then tackled me. I got punched in the face, and I yelled as the man grabbed the gun out of my hand, throwing it across the room. He put his hands to my throat, pushing on my windpipe. I gasped for air and slapped his wrists. I passed out. Last thing I saw was him taking off his jacket and kicking me in the gut. This character matches up with this letter, Chris said, pointing and looked up to the masked figure. He nodded and patted her on the back. He turned and looked at the time. He sighed and looked back at her, jerking his head toward the door. Chris nodded and quickly put on a brownish hoodie and put the black cloth over her face. It was designed with 2 red spots for eyes and a red line for a frown. "Oh yeah, sorry for your foot, Tim," Chris said, sniggering, and turned to the door. The masked figure, Tim, blushed behind his mask and turned her to him, putting his forehead to hers. Then she giggled and walked out the door. Tim was smiling. "Hey, operator, try not to eat her, okay?" There was a faint laughter in the distance, and he shut the door, following Chris. Quiet as a mouse that was sleeping. As of September 1st, 2011, television antennas have been removed and decommissioned from use in most North American homes, replaced with the convenience of cable/satellite television. They said it was for convenience and that nobody used antenna anymore. This is in fact not the reason why. There were many urban legends about how you tweaked the antenna or rabbit ears enough that the picture became so distorted you could see nothing but static. But if you looked closely and long enough, you could see a picture. It was unclear what the picture was, but many people said it was the face of Jesus. Or something else. March 4th, 2008. A man was found dead in his home, sitting limply in his chair with the TV left on. The channel was found tuned into nothing but static. Police diagnosed it was a brain aneurysm, but the body was not examined. May 23rd, 2009. 2 children were found in their apartment building lying sprawled out in front of the TV, again, tuned to a distorted picture of nothing but static. There were scratch marks on their arms, legs, and faces. The police filed that as a scuffle that got out of hand, but there was no blood found on their fingernails or hands. Months later, February 10th, 2010, a woman was found dead in her basement in front of the TV, which was strangely turned to static. She died of blood loss that was leaking out of her mouth. June 19th, 2010, a suicide was reported to the police that a woman hung herself and was found by her husband, and with a TV tuned to a distorted channel. After that, there were no reported deaths for almost a whole year. Then a murder came out that baffled police. Saturday, April 16, 2011. Alan Atwater of Ohio called the local sheriff's station to report an incident.
"911, what's your emergency?" "I'd like to report a terrible accident in my house. My wife and 3 children. They're dead." "Can you explain what happened?" "It told me to." "Excuse me, sir?" "It was in the TV. The static." "Sir, how are your wife and children dead?" "Gunshot wound. That fucking thing told me to do it. And I believed it. Sir, I'm going to need you to calm down and tell me what happened. I'm getting ready to kill myself right now. Sir, please, calm down. Tell me what happened." "I killed them. It's my fault." "Sir, please, what?"
Atwater admitted to killing his family by shooting them and then turned the gun on himself after hanging up. Police were sent to his house. They found 2 of the 3 children on the floor dead, with the youngest still in bed. His wife was found dead on the floor as well. Police also found the TV to be turned on to static. 5 months later, it was announced that the people across North America were to switch the cable or satellite television where they would get no signal through rabbit ears. Television antennas are hard to find these days. But if you still have them, or manage to find a pair, hook them up, turn on the TV, and tell me, what do you see in the static? You're lying in your bed. The dull whirring of your air conditioner is the only thing separating you from total silence. You know, that particular silence that is so heavy and thick. It's almost equivalent to a loud noise itself. That kind of silence where you could hear a pin drop 3 rooms away. That kind of silence that fills your ears with the sound of your own heartbeat as your ear presses against your pillow. That kind of silence. The dull whirring is the only noise you can hear. A noise that typically goes unnoticed until it is the only noise present. It's comforting, whether you realize it or not. A sort of white noise. But suddenly, your room is back at the temperature specified on the thermostat, and the whirring comes to a stop as the vent makes a dull clang. To your misfortune, you are not yet asleep, and the silence sets in. You should be comforted by the knowledge that you could hear anything and everything in your surroundings, making up for the lack of vision provided by the darkness. But you aren't. It's this very environment that sets you on edge, causes your heart to beat a bit faster, makes your body more tense without explanation, and makes you aware when you are not alone. But you are alone, right? You've been laying there with your eyes closed for almost 15 minutes now, and you made sure everything was normal in your room before you turned off the light. You're a smart one. All those Facebook quizzes you took have just reinforced what you already know. If you were in a horror movie, you'd survive till the end. You've made a carefully laid out plan of what you would do in any situation you've read about in creepypastas. But that stuff is just nonsense anyway, right? You aren't scared. Or at least, that's what you keep telling yourself. But wait, what was that? Was that rustling of fabric? You didn't shift in your bed or make any kind of movement. Did you make that noise?
No, you couldn't have. You're paralyzed in your bed, stiff with an unease that was not present until these very moments. You must have imagined it. You must have. You roll over to face the wall, out of sight, out of mind. If there's something in the room with you, it will just have to accept the fact that you are much too tired to deal with it at the moment. You're still stricken with uneasiness as you hear the rustling again. This time, the rustling is accompanied by a soft thud on the ground. Your heart seizes in your chest. Did you really just hear that? No. You just got yourself worked up about nothing. You really should stop playing horror survival games so late at night. It's messing with your brain. You're a rational person, so stop acting so childish and just fall asleep already. You close your eyes tightly, silently hoping sleep would whisk you away soon. You're practically begging for the safety of non-existent dream world of your own creation. You're running away in a sense. But there's nothing there. Right? You're just tired. I know. As your eyes are clenched tightly shut, you become aware that no matter how much you want to, you can no longer move your arms and legs. Come on now. Are you really letting this get to you? What are you, 12 years old? Suck it up and fall asleep already. Now more tense than ever, that unnerving sound echoes across the room again. The rustling of fabric followed you by a soft thud on the ground. Unwittingly, you're holding your breath now, eyes shut as tightly as possible. You have the childish urge to pull the blanket over your head. You're imagining it all. It's all in your head. I thought you were better than this. Your heart is pounding loudly in your ears now, but not loudly enough to drown out that now repetitive sound approaching you from across the room. What is that rustling? Maybe you left some paper on the ground? That has to be it. And the thumping. Probably the cat or the dog or something. They probably ran in when you weren't looking before you closed the door. Yeah, you're just paranoid. The noise is within a foot of your bed now, and you're back to it. You don't dare turn around to investigate. Not that it'd do too much good. The only light in your room is the dull glow of your cell phone on the nightstand next to you. You plugged it in before you crawled into bed, remember? But you don't dare turn around and look. There's nothing there anyway. Minutes that feel like hours pass as you face your wall stiff as a board, unable to will your uncooperative body to move. You haven't heard the noises in a while now. Not since it reached the edge of your bed. You know there's nothing there, you silly. It's the silence. It's messing with you. You really should have turned on some music or something before you went to bed. Suddenly, a familiar clang echoes through the room, followed by that familiar whirring. You exhale deeply, your body relaxing as you are flooded with relief. Thank God that is over. Now, you can finally sleep in peace. That silence was really getting to you. You roll over and open your eyes to check the time on your cell phone. It must have been at least an hour since you're greeted with a face-to-face, ear-to-ear grin. Dimly lit sockets where eyes once resided stare intently at you.
I see you still awake.
You awake in the middle of the night to creaking floorboards in the middle of the hall on the other side of the bedroom door. Your lifetime of watching late-night horror movies mentality gives you the obvious answer. There's a man out there with an axe and he's going to dismember you. Then you remember that your Doberman mix Samson is sleeping in the living room and you live on the second floor of your house. Wait, The windows. No, they're locked from the inside and they would take a lot of effort to push open. Well, ghosts? You don't believe in them. This all runs through your mind as you lay in the bed facing the ceiling, willing the hairs on the back of your neck to go down. Making the situation seem logical by thinking about it makes you feel slightly better. You hear another creak and you cautiously get out of bed so as to not wake your wife, or make whoever's out there think you've heard them. You tiptoe across the black aerial rug and reach for the door, fling it open, and quickly flip the light switch on. It's your daughter. Her small frame hidden in the darkness of the hall where the light from your room doesn't quite reach. Only the tips of her blue bunny slippers are visible to you. Emily? Honey, what are you doing up? You haven't had the chance to look at a clock, but your gut tells you it's pretty early in the morning. When she doesn't respond, you just shrug it off as her being her. The move to a new city has been tough on her. She tends to keep to herself. She probably isn't even fully awake yet. You watch as she takes a few uneven, stiff steps into the light. It only goes up to where her belly button would be, hidden beneath her nightgown. Daddy? She groans in a voice that both concerns and disturbs you equally. It sounds like she isn't in control of her mouth, like it was stuffed with cotton or something. Emily? What's wrong? Come to Daddy, honey, you say, taking a step towards her out into the hall. It's then that the smell hits you. The unmistakable dirty penny smell. You notice the stain on the front of her gown, and you don't really have the time or the patience for any of her games right now, and you're a little more than freaked out, and if she's hurt and bleeding, you want to help her. When she finally steps into the light, what you see is no longer your daughter. The tips of black tendrils are spilling from her gaping, cut-open mouth, and her throat is slashed clean open. That explains the blood smell as the fact that some of those same tendrils have lodged themselves into your daughter's arms and legs, piercing the skin and letting the muscles hang loose so that they can control her movements like a puppet. Her eyes are gone, where they should have been, being replaced by bloody gouged pits of nothingness. Her scalp was torn away from the rest of her, no longer showing braids of blonde hair, but bloody muscle and bone surrounded by dropping flaps of bruised skin. You step back in horror, almost tripping over your own 2 feet, and watch as the great being steps towards you. Your daughter still under its control. The monster is covered in what you can only assume was human skin crudely sewed together. It has no defined form, and its large mouth is grinning at you, with an uncontrollable amount of razor-sharp teeth gleaming with blood in what little light there is. Daddy? When it speaks, it's as if it struggles to form the words. It gets Emily's voice right, though. As it stumbles towards you, an awful, unworldly stench burns your nostrils. You want to cover your mouth as you can feel bile rising to your throat, but you can't move. Its spiny, slick tendrils reach towards your neck, wrapping around your throat. Slowly, it squeezes you so tight that you can start to see stars constricting the flow of blood to your brain. Before you close your eyes and everything goes black, you could hear it start to say something quietly in your daughter's voice, as if trying to get it right. Mommy? Halloween is by far my favorite time of the year. The one wonderful day where walking around with a mask on is socially acceptable. Masks hold quite a unique place in society. A mask can transform anyone into something else, turn an actor into a character, hide the secret identity of a superhero, or even allow monsters to walk among men. You never know what's behind a mask until it's taken off. But that's the best part of Halloween. No one is going to take anyone's mask. There is no gang of teenagers with their talking dog, or anything to strip away this disguise and reveal the truth underneath. My truth. No, this is reality. And Halloween is perfectly able to disguise my face. I can hide right in plain sight. Of course, wearing a mask has its own special meaning for me. I'm not an actor, superhero, or even a monster. Not in the fictional terms, at least. No. I simply use a mask as means of a sort of entry. Any mask works, really, so long as it covers my face. I manage to use a different one every year. All I need to do is walk the streets of my suburban neighborhood, weave my way through various decorations, and dodge packs of trick-or-treaters, until I hear the familiar blaring of loud music. Like a sailor to a siren at sea, I'm drawn to the music, to the party that it emanates from. Yes, this is why Halloween is wonderful. No one seems to ever ask questions at the door to a Halloween party. All I really need to do is knock and wave when people look to the door. The mask makes people, I should say, just assume I'm there for the party. Hell, sometimes people just leave their door wide open, allowing even easier access to their home. On Halloween, no one gives a second glance at a masked man making his way through your midst, which is what makes my hobby so fun. They are completely oblivious as I approach their food. They continue to chatter and gossip as I add my own special ingredient to their bowl of punch. They continue to dance and play as I stab small, sharp needles into their chocolates and sweets. It's not until their first friend drops to the floor, either choking on my poison or coughing up bloody needles, that people start to panic. It's the same every year. As soon as I leave the party and hear the chaos rising behind me, an unstoppable grin forms under my mask. Screams of terror are such a pleasant noise for such a pleasant holiday. I must have been 6 or 7 when I lived in Lebanon. The country was ravaged by war at the time, and murders were common and frequent. I remember during a particularly vicious era, when bombings rarely stopped, I would stay at home sitting in front of my television watching a very, very strange show. It was a kids' show that lasted about 30 minutes and contained very strange and sinister images. To this day, I believe it was a thinly veiled attempt on the part of the media to use scare tactics to keep their kids in place, because the moral of every episode revolved around very uptight ideologies. Stuff like, bad kids stay up late, bad kids have their hands under the covers when they sleep, and bad kids steal food from the fridge at night. It was very weird and in Arabic to top it off. I didn't understand much of it, but for the most part the images were very graphic and comprehensive. The thing that stuck with me the most, however, was the closing scene. It remained much the same in every episode. The camera would zoom in on an old, rusted closed door. As I got closer to the door, strange and sometimes even agonizing screams would become more audible. It was extremely frightening, especially for children's programming. Then a text would appear on the screen in Arabic reading, "That's where bad kids go." Eventually, both the image and the sound would fade out, and that would be the end of the episode. About maybe 15 or 16 years later, I became a journalist photographer. The show had been in my mind all my life, popping up in my thoughts sporadically. Eventually, I had enough and decided to do some research. I finally managed to uncover the location of the studio where much of that channel's programming was recorded. Upon further research and eventually traveling on site, I found out that it was now abandoned and, well, desolate after the big war. I entered the building with my camera. It was burned from the inside. Either a fire had broken out or someone wanted to incinerate all the wood and furniture. After a few hours of cautiously making my way into the studio and snapping pictures, I found an isolated, out-of-the-way room. After having to break through a few old locks and managing to break through the heavy door, I remained frozen in the doorway for several long minutes. Traces of blood, feces, and tiny bone fragments lay scattered across the floor. It was a small room, and an extremely morbid scene. What truly frightened me, though, what made me turn away and want to never come back, was the bolted, caged microphone hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the room.
I first met with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writer gathering information for a few yearly college assignments, and, if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business, but at the last moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom door. I was listening and taking notes, while he attempted, fruitlessly, to calm his wife. The things Mary said made little sense, but fit with the pattern I was expecting. Though I couldn't see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying, and more often than not, her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time, I could perhaps find another similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the sysop for a small Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992 when she first encountered Smile.jpg, and her life changed forever. She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only one who has spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous, or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile Dog. The beginning Smile.jpg is reputed to display. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of the cyber legend and my proclivity towards such things, was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists, or other than as a rumor or hoax. It's unique, because though the entire phenomenon centers on a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly many photo-manipulated simulacra litter on the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan, particularly the X-Focused Paranormal subboard. It's suspected that these are fakes because they don't have the same effect that the true Smile.jpg is believed to have, namely sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety. This purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons that the phantom-like Smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is patently absurd. Though, depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge Smile.jpg's existence might be just as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Neither Smile.jpg nor SmileDog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, though the website features articles on such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites as Hello JPEG or Two Girls One Cup. Any attempt to create a page pertaining to Smile.jpg is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. Encounters with the Smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E's story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of Smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Unset, and even one persistent tale that in 2002 a hacker flooded the forums of humor and satire website Something Awful with a deluge of Smile Dog pictures, rendering almost half the forum's users at the time of the epileptic. It's also said that in the mid to late 90s that Smile.jpg circulated on Unset and as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile! God loves you!" Yet, despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or any link has ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen Smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo: a dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by a flash of camera, sits in a dim room, the only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog, or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split into a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very straight, very sharp, very human-looking teeth. This is, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims, who claim to have seen this picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminately, often while victims sleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some cases, it's more effective than others. Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That was why, after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented newsgroups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile.jpg who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. To jml@blank.com from marye@blank.net. Subject, last summer's interview. Dear Mr. L, I am incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led to me to act out as I did. I realized that I could have handled the situation more curiously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years, I have been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile Dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it's true. There is an inevitable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I have ever had. I do not move and do not speak. I simply look ahead. And the only thing ahead of me is the scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile Dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog. Of course, though, I'm not quite sure what it really is.
It tells me it will leave me alone if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That's how it phrases its demands. And I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else. And I could. The week after my incident, I received a mail in manila envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a co-worker. I could even show it to Terrence, as much as that idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? Well, if Smile Dog kept its word, I could sleep, yet if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did as the creature asks? So I did nothing for 15 years, though I kept the diskette hidden from amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile Dog has come into my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years. I have stood strong, though there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board, where I first encountered Smile.jpg, stopped posting. I heard some of them committed suicide. Others remain completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They are the ones I worry about most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L. But last summer, when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile Dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as a part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing was plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand that thought. And, in fact, I still can't. I'm ashamed, Mr. L. And I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile.jpg. You may in time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I am, then wholly more depraved, someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile Dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terrence contacted me later that month with the news that his wife had killed herself. While cleaning up the various things she had left behind, closing email accounts and he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He'd found the diskette. He revealed and burned it until it was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. The part that almost disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted, like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first I thought perhaps it was a joke, with the couple belatedly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. A quick check of several Chicago newspapers and online obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of Smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I'd returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. To jml@blank.com from elzahar82@blank.com. Subject, smile. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you are interested in Smile Dog. I have saw it. It's not as bad as everyone says. I've sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. That final line chilled me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attachment called, naturally, Smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely fake, I imagined, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of Smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E's account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what Smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were pretently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I download the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile Dog came into my dreams demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? And if I choose the latter route, how could I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? If I went through my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile.jpg, I decided I could attach it as evidence, and anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming the Smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could.
I just want to start off by saying, if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There just isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course, most internships aren't, but it did have some perks beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Now, since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view the new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie, and the entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back for several months. Me and two other interns were in the editing room along with the lead animators and sound editors for the final cut. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty, and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that it isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card, sort of an inside joke for us, with phony, often sometimes lurid titles, such as How Sex Doesn't Work instead of Rockabye Bavalve, which is when Patrick and SpongeBob adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, but work-related chuckles. So when we saw the title card, Squidward Suicide, we didn't think of it more than a morbid joke. One of the interns did a small throat laugh at it. The happy-go-lucky music plays as normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside and Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down as his concert is tonight and he needs to practice. SpongeBob says okay and goes to see Sandy with Patrick. The bubble splash screen comes up, and we see the ending of Squidward's concert. Then things began to seem off. While playing, a few frames repeat themselves, but the sound doesn't. At this point, the sound is synced up with animation, so yes, that's not common. But when he stops playing, the sound finishes as if the skip never happened. There's a slight murmuring in the crowd before they go to boo him. Not normal cartoon booing that is common in the show, but you could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and he looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame and he is too booing, very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing though. What's odd is everyone had hyper-realistic eyes, very detailed, clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. The pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is the point where there is no sound, literally no sound. Not even feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their status showed that they were working perfectly. He just sat there, blinking in this silence for about 30 seconds. Then he started to sob softly. He put his hands, tentacles, over his eyes and cried quietly for a full minute or more. All the while, a sound in the background very slowly growing from nothing to barely audible. It sounded like a slight breeze through a forest. The screen slowly begins to zoom in on his face. By slow, I mean it's only noticeable if you look at shots 10 seconds apart side by side. His sobbing gets louder and full of hurt and anger. The screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists on itself for a split second, then back to normal. The wind through the trees slowly gets louder and more severe, as if the sound was a storm brewing somewhere. The eerie part is this sound and Squidward's sobbing sounded real, as if the sound wasn't coming from the speakers, but as if the speakers were holes and the sound was coming through from the other side. As good as the studio likes to have quality, they don't purchase the equipment to be that good to produce that kind of quality. Below the sound of wind and sobbing, very faint, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this show twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific, but I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over the screen, as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. He couldn't have been more than 6. The face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over his upturned face popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open and his entrails laying beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. The most upsetting part was the shadow of the photographer. There was no crime tape, no evidence or tag markers, and the angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem the photographer was the person responsible for this child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but we pressed on, hoping that this was just a sick joke. The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing louder than before, and half body in frame there was now what appeared to be blood running down from his eyes. The blood was also done in hyper-realistic style, looking as if you touched it, you'd get blood on your fingers. The wind sounded now as if it were a gale blowing through a forest. There were even snapping sounds of branches, though laughing, a deep baritone lasting at longer intervals and coming more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. The editor was reluctant to go back. We all were, but we knew we had to. This time the photo was of what appeared to be a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach, her barrettes in a pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was popped out and popped naked except for her underpants. Her entrails were piled on top of her and another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street and the photographer's shadow was visible. Very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. About 5 seconds after the second photo played, Squidward went silent, as did all sound. Like it was when the scene first started. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in hyper-realism like others as they were in the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching us, watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud, and most fear-including of all is his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep-voiced laughing. And this time, the still photo lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time, the photo was of a boy about the same age, but this time, the scene was different. The entrails were just being pulled out from the stomach and wound by a large hand. The right eye popped and dangling, blood trickling down from it. The animator proceeded. It was hard to believe, but the next one was different, but we couldn't tell what. He went on to the next. Same thing. He went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor, the animating and sound editors gasping at the screen. The 5 frames were not as if they were 5 different photos. They were played out as if they were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eyes focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink. The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes. He was confused as to why he was called down there, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the few frames were shown, all screaming, all the sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, full face in frame for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out, and that deep voice said, "Do it!" And we see in Squidward's hands, he had a shotgun. He immediately puts his hand on the gun and pulls the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him and his bed too. He flies back with force. The last 5 seconds of the episode showed his body on the bed on his side, one eye dangling on what's left of the head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends. Mr. Hillenberg is obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the heck was going on. Most of us left the room at this point, so it was just a handful of us to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and caused me horrible nightmares. I'm sorry I stayed. The only theory we can think of was that the file was edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio here. The CTO was called in to analyze what happened. The analysis of the file did show that it was edited over by a new material. However, the timestamp was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, as if the timestamp may have been glitched and shown the wrong time, but everything checked out fine. We don't know what happened, and to this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to a nature of photos, but nothing came of it. No child was identified or seen, and no clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues in the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomena before, but now that I have something happen to me like that, and I can't prove anything about it beyond some random evidence, I think twice about things. Do you have something that you truly, relentlessly desire? Despite your state of life, is there something else that you would go completely to the end of the world to get? Well, lucky for you, there's a way to achieve what you're looking for, and you won't need to go to the end of the world to get it. But you will need to go somewhere, and that place may be too out of reach for some. It's not far away, closer than one may believe, but there are requirements that some individuals may not meet. First, whatever it is that you seek, know that you must seriously desire what you want. In your eyes, it should be something you need. If you begin the journey without the correct state of mind, you will surely fail.
as it will be near impossible to turn back once the journey starts. The second requirement is that you will need a vehicle of sorts. Most use a car, as it's the most comfortable choice. There have been a select few that have used small motorized vehicles, such as an ATV or a motorcycle, but this has proven to be quite difficult, as the conditions of the journey can prove to be too bothersome. Do not use a vehicle too large or noticeable, as you will need some cover of the night to be most safe. Also, well, any sort of car will do. You may not want to choose the most expensive or most cherished car. You can take your slick new black Mercedes for the drive if you'd like, but don't expect it to come out in pristine state. Make sure your vehicle is completely fueled before beginning the drive. The first task to accomplish is to locate the road. It doesn't have a name, it's not on the map, and technically, it doesn't even exist. It'll only show up if you're looking for it at the right time, and you will spot it if you know what to look for. Finally, you must be alone during the journey. You didn't think you'd be able to go with a group, did you? It must be night when you begin. Choose the time of night where you believe the roads are the least populated. Drive to any area that is just a stretch of road surrounded by woods. Here's where you want to start paying close attention. If you're looking for the road, it'll turn up eventually, but you need to search for the road's hint in order to pull down the right one. Once you're close, you will see or feel its signs, but what the signs will be will depend on what it is you desire. For example, if you're in search of wealth, you may spot shimmers on the empty branches of trees as if they resemble the shine of gold or diamonds. If you seek love, you may begin to see rose petals slowly dance in a light breeze, blowing in the road's direction. If you seek revenge, you may sense an ever-growing feeling of heat or anger in your body as you approach. Just know what it is you really want, and you'll have no problem finding the turn. Once you're sure you found the revealed road, take a deep breath and turn down onto it. At this point, you have officially started down the nameless road, which brings you through 11 miles, leading to whatever it is you seek. Each mile will test your desire, and will expose if you really do want what you're searching for. Before you go any further, stop the car and be wary of a few advisements. Do not turn on the radio during the drive. Do not use a phone during the drive. Reception will be cut off anyway. Do not open the windows during the drive. Make sure they're all closed before you continue. If you're riding a vehicle without windows or a top, then prepare for the worst, as the odds are heavily against you. Do not attempt to leave your vehicle at any time. You'll never want to exceed over 30 miles per hour unless you're desperate to make it through a section of the road. And most importantly, as with any drive, buckle up. Feel free to prepare and make sure you're ready. Once the road has been entered, time is stopped, so you don't have to worry about losing the night. Though you may not notice, you're actually not your own world anymore. Take one last moment to realize that once the first mile is over, there is no turning back. If you ponder turning back at all, know that you shouldn't even be on the journey in the first place. Once all is done, continue on the road. On the first mile, you won't see much change. The road passes through mostly woods, with a few miles being an exception. The air will turn a bit colder, in which you should probably turn on your heating system in the vehicle if it has one. You won't want to take your eyes off the road later. Take some time to calm any uneasiness by admiring some of the night sky. You'll see it completely lined with stars, more than you could ever believe possible. If the weather was cloudy before, you'll notice that the sky is clear now. On the second mile, the air will become even colder. This is primarily the reason why traveling in an open vehicle is very difficult. With each mile, the air will drop in temperature, even if the season should be warm. If the air is too cold to bear, even with the heat on, your only option is to speed up. With each mile, the road also becomes more complex, taking more turns and showing an increasing amount of road hazards. Be sure to always keep focused on the road in front of you in order to avoid as many bumps or obstacles as possible. Hitting a few rocks and potholes won't hamper your progress too much, but you'll want to keep in the best condition for as long as possible. If your vehicle is forced to stop because of damage, then there's nothing left you can do but eventually freeze to death. On the 3rd mile, you may begin to spot silhouettes of human figures in the linings of the trees. Pay no attention to them, even if they seem to get closer. It will be hard to resist peeking at their unnerving, distant appearance, but know that they will reveal themselves later. At this mile, the road will become dirt if you weren't driving on it already. Keep to the center of the path, as it will become narrow and wide at random intervals. On a quick side note, should you ever attempt to turn around, despite the previous warnings, you will be left on a path which never ends. You would simply run out of fuel eventually, and be left to freeze in the cold conditions. On the 4th mile, you will not only see more of the figures, but you'll begin to, in a sense, hear them. In the back of your mind, a very faint, unintelligible whisper will echo. These will come and go, but you can't stop them. If they become bothersome or distracting, try and tune them out by thinking of what it is you truly desire. Attempting to listen and determine what the voices are saying will only attract them to you, and you want to be as far away from them as possible. They'll be closer later, so there's no use bringing them near you this early. On the 5th mile, you will come to a clearing. The lining of the trees to your left will disappear to reveal a lake with no end, with a beaming, great moon over the water. The illumination from the moon will be so spectacular that the vehicle's headlights will no longer be required. Restrain yourself from gazing at it. If you look at its light for more than even a few seconds, the road in front of you will end, throwing your vehicle into the water, in which you will freeze in mere minutes. The voices will be gone for this mile. But don't rejoice yet. They'll be back. On the 6th mile, take into account that you are more than halfway done. Despite the progress, you may lose hope here. The stars will have disappeared at this point, leaving the sky an empty black abyss. The clearing will have ended, leading you back to the woods. The only light you will have will be provided by your vehicle headlights. But they will flicker from time to time, even if you're sure they're in perfect working order. If you have a radio in the vehicle, it will turn on here automatically. If you didn't turn it off beforehand, it will produce an overwhelming screech that will send you off the path. A calm voice will then begin to speak about your greatest fears, what it is you're horrified of in your life. It will speak in a way that will cause you to visualize the words in your mind, so don't listen to it. If you can comprehend what it's saying, the horrors will prove too much for you to stay on the road safely. Attempting to turn off the radio will prove no use. Speed up if you need to. Just keep your mind off the voice as much as you can. As you approach the end of the mile, the voice will fade out. The voice will fade out of the speakers, leaving your ears at peace. For now. On the 7th mile, the voices from the figures will return. It won't sound like a whisper this time, but more like distant screams, growing closer with each second. At some point on this mile, you'll hear one of them in your ear, as if one of them were right behind you. This is because one of the figures have found their way into your car. Do not turn around. Their faces will shock you into paralysis, leading you off the road. If you don't draw attention to it, it will become uninterested and hopefully leave. These beings are said to be ones who have traveled down this road before, but were not successful. They live the remainder of their existence suffering in the darkness, with their only goal being to bring other travelers down with them. It has been said from experience that these beings can't physically harm you, so as long as they don't cause you to wreck, you should be fine. On the 8th mile, slow down if you're going too fast. The road here takes very sharp turns, which if overshot will throw the vehicle into a pit through the trees. The cold here is near fatal. If you were to have a glass or a bottle of liquid in your vehicle, it would be solid in seconds. The heating system will have become completely obsolete. Your headlights will flicker more, sometimes shutting off for more than a few seconds. You should brake if this happens, but do not completely stop. The figures will be following you at this point, and should you stop for too long, they will surround and trap your vehicle. More of their screams can be heard from outside your doors, sometimes even sounding like maniacal laughter. Their hands will claw at your windows, desperate to reach in and feel something living. Do not look at them. They won't block your windshield, and the last thing you want to happen is to crash and be trapped with them. If you don't make it from here, pray that it's the freezing that ends you. On the 9th mile, your vehicle will stall. The headlights will shut off, as will all the other systems inside. There's nothing you can do to prevent this. What you will need to do is close your eyes and immediately attempt to restart the vehicle. Keep your eyes closed, as the figures will have surely surrounded your car at this point. The starting of the vehicle will frighten them, and they will all back away temporarily. This will give you a chance to start moving forward again. If you begin to hear the windows crack from their struggle, don't lose focus. The beings can alter your vehicle, but remember, they still do not have the strength to physically affect you. You will hear nothing but their voices rampage in your mind, as there could be anywhere between a dozen or 100 after you now. Once you start the vehicle, floor it. Floor it so long as you can stay on the path. When the mile's done, the beings will retreat. On the 10th mile, the voices of the beings will stop. If you were to look in your rearview mirror, do not actually do this. You will see them following you, but not as if they were chasing. They're watching you, as if they were seeing you off. As you go down the 10th mile, the road will be smoother, as if you were back on the 1st mile. The figures will be lining the sides of the path ahead of you. They won't be after you, but they will watch you as you pass. Some have theorized that the beings are impressed here, that you've come a long way on this journey to what you desire. This is false. They are not impressed, but they're happy. They are happy that you are about to approach the next mile. They are happy because you are most likely going to your death. On the 11th and final mile, everything in your vehicle will lose power, as it did on the 9th mile. The vehicle would normally be immobile, but you will still be moving, as an unknown force will be pulling you forward in the darkness. You will see a glowing red light up ahead, as if it were the light at the end of a tunnel. Close your eyes and cover them. Do whatever it takes to make sure you do not see what you are about to go through. Covering your ears would also be helpful, but keeping your eyes covered should be a higher priority. The red light is another clearing, but there's no moon or lake this time. Once it's entered, unrelenting and inconceivable noises will sound from all directions. No amount of bravery and conditioning will spare you from these sounds. The cold will turn into a merciless heat, brightening all parts of the vehicle. You will feel the illusion of flesh being burned off your bones, that every part of you is being destroyed as you travel through the screams and audible suffering. As long as you keep your eyes closed and resist the urge to see where you are, you will survive through the suffering. This will last a total of 31 seconds, but many fail to keep their vision closed during that time, and are left to the worst fate of the road. Where is this mile located? Those who have survived do not know. Some have named it the transmission from hell, but whether it's part of hell is debatable. After the final mile, power will return. Stop the vehicle, take a moment to possibly regain some of your sanity. Let the screaming in your ears begin to fade, and know that you have nearly completed your journey with the hardest task overcome. Breathe, and begin to drive forward again. After only a kilometer, your vehicle will arrive at a dead end. Stop here and don't attempt to move again. Nothing will happen right this second, but do not be disappointed. Relax and close your eyes. Imagine in your mind what it is you've desired the entire time. It will most likely still be the same as when you entered, but with some, this desire may actually change through the making of this journey. Think about what it is you went through, such terrifying and difficult means to acquire, and imagine possessing it in your hands. Once you have completely visualized this, slowly open your eyes. You will then find yourself at the beginning of the unnamed road, where you first began. This may confuse you, but know that you are finished. Your task is done. Your mind will then turn to your reward. If what you desired was material, check in the back seat or in the trunk if the object is larger. If the object was small enough, it might already be in your pocket. If what you desired was non-material, then do not be disappointed if the change is not immediate. Turn back to where you came from, and you will find in your life that what you wanted is there. You may have found the love of your dreams. You may have gained an unnatural, unimaginable power. You may have put the most hated enemy to the most satisfying revenge possible. You have no doubt gained what you deserved. So, now that the task is done, what's the catch? Is your vehicle cursed? Is there something you're about to lose? Is your death imminent? The answer to all of those is no. Of course. You've done the challenge. You've proved worthy of what you desire. As stated before, the sounds of the 11th mile will continue to exist in your mind, potentially causing you some vivid and unusual nightmares, but these should prove nothing as to what you've gained. Now, one last question. Is there something else you desire? Are you not yet satisfied? After all, you're left right back where you started. The road's right in front of you. So are you up for another drive? If so, buckle up and just move forward.
When I was a kid, I used to love watching Saturday morning cartoons. I lived for them. When the original few Nicktoons started appearing, I quickly fell in love with them and decided that I someday wanted to work for Nickelodeon. In early 2002, I got my wish. I applied for and got a job there at the studio as a janitor. Okay, so it's not quite what I wanted, but I planned to get a more involved job later. And in the meantime, I considered it quite a treat just to be there. One day, I was told to replace a dying light in the vault. This got me extremely fired up. I would finally get a sneak peek at all those unaired shows. As it turns out, the vault was a little more than a room with some shelves, more like a walk-in closet. The shelves held rows of film reels labeled with the names for various shows and movies that for whatever reason were never aired. Most were unfinished. Some weren't considered funny or entertaining enough to be shown. At the end of the room was a small cardboard box sitting on the floor, containing about 50 flash drives. When I had finished changing the light, I decided to take a look at them. They were all white, and labeled with black Sharpie. I had flipped through about 10, and of those had found 2 that interested me. The first was something called Crybaby Lane. The other was titled Rugrats, Dill. I had never heard of the first, but I loved the Rugrats, so I slipped it into my pocket and decided to take it home with me that night. I'd return it in the morning, and no one would know. As soon as I got home, I plugged the drive into a USB port and opened it. As I had expected, it contained an AVI file. I double-clicked and the show began. Unlike other episodes, it was a cold opening. Surprisingly, it was animated in the same style as the first movie. Very high quality for the show. Oddly, the house seemed to be darker than it should have been. The windows were boarded up, and there seemed to be a layer of dust over everything. Tommy was sitting in his high chair, and his head was resting on the tray. He looked up slightly, and his eyes were horribly sunken in. His stomach was swollen, and he was dangerously emaciated. Poor Tommy hadn't eaten in days. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, the scene switched to the living room. There was a weird-looking image displayed just before the switch, which I print-screened. You are looking at it now. Dee Dee was sitting in a rocking chair, cradling a bundle. She seemed to be singing a soft lullaby between sobs. The camera turned to reveal what she was holding, a shriveled-up harlequin fetus with a white crust around its mouth. Dee Dee was holding an empty bottle to its mouth and continuing to sing that lullaby. It went to the normal credits at that point, though the text was in Cyrillic and I couldn't read it. The song was also slowed down a bit. The next day, I took the thing back and never brought it up to any of the staff. However, after work, one of them approached me. He never explained to me how he knew I had taken the drive, but it was obvious that he did. He told me that in the mid-90s, they'd had a female writer known to them only as Susan. She'd written a few decent scripts, though most were put away for later in favor of other scripts. She had a very young son, and she'd taken a leave for a second pregnancy. However, it was stillborn. The resulting trauma destroyed her relationship with her husband, who left her. Weeks later, people had gotten worried and called the police to go check on her. The officer who had arrived at her home found that she had hung towels up over the windows. Investigating the house with a flashlight, he found that Susan was dead in her chair, cradling what remained of the fetus. In the kitchen, the high chair was covered in a mass of flies. It didn't take an expert to know what was under them. According to my new friend, the episode I saw was the last one she had written before her leave. Apparently, she'd stayed up all night doing all the animation herself. I continued to work there for several years until some new opportunities came along. But until my last day on the job, I never went in the vault again.
Fallout 3 contains several in-game radio stations. The most diverse and important station is Galaxy News Radio. Many players of the evil persuasion know that you can kill Three Dog, and he'll be replaced by the technician Margaret. She's not a charismatic person and has very little to say, seeming not to enjoy her new announcing duties. She also never appears in person, and therefore cannot be killed. Once Three Dog is dead, you're stuck with Margaret. What most players don't know, however, is that under certain circumstances, GNR will become a number station. A number station is a station that broadcasts unusual coded messages. Many of these exist in real life, and some hypothesize that they're a nuclear retaliation control network. Simply check the Wikipedia for more information about these odd broadcasts as they relate to the real world. But back to Fallout 3. No one is really sure which actions are needed to hear the number station in Fallout 3. It appears that you must kill Three Dog because no one has ever reported hearing the number station with him still alive. It also appears that you have to skip over the quest Galaxy News Radio, where you help boost the signal so that the station can be broadcasted further than just the immediate DC area. This is easy enough to do with either a speech check or simply using the Fallout Wiki to look up where to go next and advance in the main plot. Finally, you definitely have to destroy Raven Rock. This is the actual trigger to turn GNR into a number station, and it will remain such for the rest of the game. However, the vast majority of players who perform these three actions still continue hearing the standard GNR broadcasts, so there must be several more requirements the community has yet to isolate. If you're lucky enough to have hit upon the right set of circumstances, just after destroying Raven Rock, you'll get the message, radio signal lost. And then a few seconds later, radio signal found. You cannot, however, actually listen to GNR just yet because you didn't boost the signal and are out of range of the broadcast at the exit of Raven Rock. Luckily, Raven Rock is situated in the mountains right near one of the few places outside of DC that you can get high enough to catch the signal. So far, the confirmed locations to hear the GNR number signal are 1. Within the immediate DC area, obviously. This is true for regular GNR throughout the game. 2. At the top of the Ferris wheel at Point Lookout. 3. On the tops of some SATCOM arrays you can climb in the northwestern map area. 4. On the roof of Tenpenny Tower, though this may be within normal broadcast range anyway. Feel free to playtest and get back to me on this. 5. On the highest point of the broken bridge around Arafu. Again, may be within broadcast range anyway. 6. On some of the highest points of the mountaintops near Raven Rock. This is obviously your easiest chance to first listen to the number station. When you tune in, you will hear an old familiar voice. Three Dog, despite the fact that you killed him earlier. However, you quickly notice that he doesn't seem to be in character. So I guess it's technically not Three Dog, but just the voice actor, Eric DeLume. He reads a series of numbers in a monotone, depressed-sounding voice. He always recites a list of single digits between 9 and 12 characters long. For example, 9, 3, 7, 9, 1, 7, 2, 0, 3, 4. He never uses multi-digit numbers like 11 or 40. These numbers are followed by widely varying lengths of Morse code. This is then followed by the song I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. All other music tracks seem to be inactive on the number station. The Morse code was the easiest part of the mystery to crack, as the code is widely available and many people actually know it by heart. We quickly had a list of a great number of messages in English. Some sounded completely mundane and even comical, like, wash the car today, maybe Chinese for dinner, or, have you watched my new YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums in the nuts. You may be saying, but wait, YouTube doesn't even exist in the Fallout universe, and you're right. As far as we could tell, all of the messages sounded like they were based in our reality somewhere near present day. Some of the messages, however, are quite sinister, such as, the Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on days like these, we are all Brits, or, I can't believe they actually done it. Not long left. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. I have a pistol in the attic. Just recently, a player on the wiki forums noticed a message that brought light to the meaning of the messages. He was reading a thread that collected all known messages, transposed from Morse to English, and saw the line 1 2 0 5 5 2 8 2 0 1 0. What are you talking about? You'll be missed. He realized this referred to the recent death of Gary Coleman, and then quickly realized the numbers were the time and date of death. He immediately scanned through the messages to try and find more examples of the apparent future telling by a game that's more than a year old. The next message he read shocked him and pushed him to enlist the aid of others to decipher the codes. The message was 9 4 5 4 2 0 2 0 1 0. Accident in the Gulf. Several dead. Oil spill apparently averted. He realized this was the BP explosion and the erroneous Day 1 assessment that the well was not leaking. From this point on, all numbers will be transcribed as times and dates. All times were given in the game military format and remain so in this document. Numerous members of the Fallout Wiki message board began looking over the messages to see what else we could learn. We quickly found out that most of the dates were after the game had been released, yet, oddly, some of them were from the past. 22/15, April 15th, 1865. He's dead, and blame will probably be placed on that actor Booth. Johnson better not cheat me out of the payment. This shed new doubt on the official version of the Lincoln assassination. As the community quickly started piling up interpretations of the messages, the mods of the site summarily banned everyone who had posted in or even read the thread. All references to the number station was removed from the Fallout Wiki, and filtering software was put in place to prevent any reposting of relevant information. A few people, however, are trading emails and slowly finishing the translation of the remaining messages and putting dates to the existing ones. The Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on days like these, we are all Brits. 4/2, March 19th, 2014. Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I uploaded myself kicking bums in the nuts. 24/16, December 24th, 2012. I can't believe Britney's actually won an Oscar. 21:33, February 27th, 2023. I can't believe they actually done it. Not long left. They were warned, but they just had to keep pushing the boundaries of science. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. And the light, dear God. The universe is slowly unraveling around us. I'm not going to wait for death. I have a pistol in the attic. This is actually the only message not preceded by a string of numbers. It may be worth noting that the latest date on any of the messages is 1/27, July 6th, 2027. Do you ever get that nagging feeling that you're being watched? Like that kind of intense paranoia that makes you constantly check behind you when you're walking alone at night. No company but the wind blowing through the trees and the dead leaves rustling on the road. That kind of feeling. It's eerie, really. And it only gets worse and worse until you find some sort of false sense of security. You know it. Everyone knows it, or will know it at some point. It's not fun. I understand that fully. It's terrifying when you don't know what's out there, you know? Your mind just
connects dots that aren't there and makes you think the worst is about to happen. That's when you fall into uneasiness, then nervousness, then paranoia, and then panic mode. Then, in some extreme cases, you can go into a fight or flight response for no reason, only to fend off or run from the horrible fictions created by your subconscious. Anxiety is like some terrible aberration that never leaves you alone. That's why I came to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Next time, I promise, when you're sleeping, I'll be more quiet.
Some of you may have heard that the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real-life ghost town. Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as a ghost town. Disney's cruise ships would actually stop at the resort and leave tourists to relax in luxury. This is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on the place. Yes, $30 million. Then they abandoned it. Disney blamed the shallow waters, too shallow for their ships to safely operate. And then there was even a blame cast on the workers, saying that since they were from the Bahamas, they were too lazy to work on a regular schedule. That's where the factual nature of their story ends. It wasn't because of sand, and it obviously wasn't because foreigners are lazy. Both are convenient excuses. No, I sincerely doubt those reasons were legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story? Because of Mowgli's Palace. Near the beachside city of Emerald Isle in North Carolina, Disney began construction of Mowgli's Palace in the late 1990s. The concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace in the center of the whole thing. If you're unfamiliar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story The Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, you'd know it as the Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals and simultaneously threatened and pursued by other animals. Mowgli's Palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. Disney bought up a ton of high-priced land for the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases. The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes, then turned around and sold the properties to Disney. At one point, there was a home that had just been constructed and was immediately condemned with little to no explanation. The land grab by the government was supposedly for some fictional highway project. Knowing full well what was going on, people started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway. Then there was actually concept art. A group of stuffed shirts from the Disney Corporation actually held a city meeting. They intended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone. When they showed the concept art, however, this gigantic Indian palace, surrounded by a jungle, staffed with men and women in loincloths and tribal gear, well, suffice to say everyone flipped their shit. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle, and loincloths, not only in the center of a relatively wealthy area, but also somewhat xenophobic area of the southern USA. It was a questionable mix at the point in history. One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break one of the presentation boards over his knee. Disney took that community and essentially broke it over its knee as well. The houses were razed, the land was cleared, and there wasn't a damn thing anyone could do or say about it. Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but some insane connection between Disney's media holdings and the local venues came into play, and then their opinions turned on a dime. So anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas. Disney sunk those millions in and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's Palace. Construction was complete, visitors actually stayed at the resort. The surrounding communities were flooded with traffic and the usual annoyances associated with an influx of lost and irate tourists. Then it all just stopped. Disney shut it down and nobody knew what the hell to think. But they were pretty happy about it. Disney's loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I lived maybe 4 hours from Emerald Isle, so really I only heard the rumblings and didn't experience any of it firsthand. Then I read this article from someone who'd explored the Treasure Island Resort and posted a whole blog about all the crazy shit he found there. Stuff just left behind. Things smashed, defaced, probably ruined by the disgruntled former employees who had lost their jobs. Hell, the locals from all around probably had a hand in wrecking that place. People there felt just as angry about Treasure Island as folks here did about Mowgli's palace. Plus, there were rumors that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when they closed, including sharks. Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at some merchandise after that? What I'm getting at is this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years have passed since its closing, I figured it might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's palace. Take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there was anything I could take home as a memento. I'm not gonna lie and say I wasted no time in getting there, because honestly it took me another year after I first found that Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emerald Isle. Over the course of that year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort. Or rather, I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource made any mention of the place. That had been scrubbed clean. Even odder, however, was that nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about the place or even post a photo. None of the local TV or newspaper sites had any word about the place, though that was to be expected since they all swung Disney's way. They wouldn't be out there lauding their embarrassment, you know? Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from search results, basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody spoke of the resort, but rather their words were made inaccessible. So in the end, I could barely find the place. All I had to go on was an old-as-hell map I'd received back in the mail in the 90s. It was a promotional item sent out to people who had recently been to Disney World, and I guess since I had been there in the late 80s, that was recent. I didn't really intend to hang on to it, but it just kind of got shoved in with my books and comics from my childhood. I'd only remembered it a few months into my research. And then it took me another few weeks to locate the storage bin my parents had shoved it all into. But I did find it. Locals were no help, though, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years. Or old residents who just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, "Where can I find Mowgli's?" The drive took me through an inordinately long corridor of overgrowth. Tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area mixed with the native species of flora that actually belonged there and tried to reclaim the land. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort. Tremendous, monolithic wooden gates whose supports to either side looked like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. The gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers and eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal, some random scrap, with hand-painted letters scrawled in black. Abandoned by Disney. Clearly the handiwork of some past local or an employee who wanted to make some small protest. The gates were open enough to walk through, but not to drive. So grabbing my digital camera and the map, whose flip side showed the layout of the resort, I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the place were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood unattended and ragged among piles of their own coconuts. Banana plants similarly stood in their own stinking, bug-riddled reviews. There was this sort of clash between order and chaos, as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken, rotting wood and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or an outdoor bar was now simply a pile of assorted debris chopped up by past vandalism and ravaged by weather. The most interesting thing on the grounds was a statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of courtyard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial wave toward no one, staring into empty space with a silly, toothy grin as bird shit covered whole swaths of his fur, and vines ensnared his platform. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti, where the original paint had been peeled off and chipped away. The doors weren't just open, they were literally taken off their hinges and stolen. Above the front doors, or the gaping maw where they should have been, someone had once again painted, "Abandoned by Disney." I wish I could tell you about all the awesome stuff I saw inside the palace. Forgotten statues, abandoned cash registers, a full-fledged secret society of homeless bums. But no. The inside of the building was so stark, so bare, that I actually thought people had stolen the molding off the walls. Anything that was too big to steal, like counters, desks, giant fake trees. They were all resting amid this empty echo chamber that amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. The kitchen was as you'd imagine. An industrial food prep area with all the appliances in space, no expenses spared. Every glass surface was broken, every door knocked off its hinges. Every metal surface kicked and dented. The entire place smelled like very old piss. The huge freezer, not even remotely cool now, had row upon row of empty shelf space. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably for hanging cuts of meat. And as I stood inside for a moment, I noticed they were swinging. Each hook swung in a random direction, but their movements were so slow and so small that it was almost impossible to see. I figured it had been caused by my footsteps, so I stopped one from swinging by clutching in my fist, and then carefully letting it go. But within a few seconds, it started to swing once more. The bathrooms were in very much the same state as the rest of the place. Just like the Treasure Island Resort, someone had methodically smashed the porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements. There was about half an inch of rancid, sticking, stagnant water on the floor. So I didn't stay in there very long. What's odd is that the toilets and the sinks and the bidets in the ladies' bathroom, yes, I went in there, all dripped, leaked, or just ran freely. It seemed to me that they should have shut the water off long ago. There were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have enough time to look through all of them. The few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything there. I thought there was actually a television or radio in one of the rooms, because I swore that I actually heard something like a quiet conversation coming out. Though it was like a whisper, probably my own breathing echoing in the silence, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on my mind. This is what it sounded like. I don't believe it. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Your father told you. I know, that sounds ridiculous. I'm just telling you what I experienced. Why, I thought there might have been something running in that room, or worse, some vagrants who holed up there and probably would have knifed me. At the front of the doors of the palace again, I figured I hadn't found anything of note and had wasted the trip up. As I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I apparently missed. Something that would at least give me one thing to show for all my trouble, even if it was just a photograph. There was a lifelike statue of a python, maybe 80 feet long, coiled up and sunning itself on a pedestal right in the center of the area. It was almost time for the sun to start setting, so the light fell onto the object in a perfect way for a photograph. I approached the python and snapped a photo. Then I stood on my toes and snapped another. I moved closer again to get detail of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head, looked me in the eyes, turned, and then slithered off the pedestal across the grass into the trees. All 80 feet of it. Its head had long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the sunning spot. Disney had released all of their exotic animals onto the grounds. Right there on my floor plan map was the reptile house. I should have known. I'd read about the sharks at Treasure Isle, and I should have known they'd done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must have been hanging open for the longest time before I came back down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back toward the palace. Even though it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking any chances and backed my way into the building. It took a few deep breaths and slaps to my own face to get myself right in the head again after that. I looked for a place to sit down, as my legs were feeling a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to recline on the broken glass and dead leaf carpet or haul myself up onto a desk that has questionable reliability. I had seen some stairs at the palace's lobby and decided to go have a seat there until I felt better. The staircase was far enough away from the front of the building to be relatively clean, save for a startling accumulation of dust. I pulled a wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted with the "Abandon My Disney" motto I'd become so accustomed to. I placed the wedge on the stairs and sat on it to keep at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward, below ground level. Using my camera flash as a sort of improvised flashlight, I could see that the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock. A sign on the door. A real sign. Read, "Mascots only, thank you." This perked my spirits up a little bit for two reasons. One, a mascots only area would definitely have some interesting stuff back in the day. Two, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the vandals, not the looters, nobody. This was the one place I could actually explore and perhaps find something interesting to photograph or one to steal. I had come to the palace essentially agreeing with myself that it was okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned. It didn't take much to bust a lock. Well, actually that's wrong. It didn't take much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. Time and decay did most of the work for me, and I was able to bend the metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall. Something nobody else had apparently thought of, or hadn't been able to do at the time. The mascots only area was a startling and very welcome change from the rest of the building I'd seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure were definitely taking their toll. Tables had the notepads and pens, there were clocks, even a punch-in clock on the wall complete with the filled-out time cards. Chairs were scattered around, and there was even a small break room with an old static-filled television and a long, rotted-out food and drink on the counters. It was like one of those post-apocalyptic movies where everything was left in a state of evacuation. As I walked the maze-like sub-hallways in the mascots-only area, the sights just became more and more interesting. As I went further, desks and tables were knocked over, paper scattered and almost molded with the damp floor, and a large carpet of mold was slowly overtaking the real rotting crimson floor covering. Everything was just sort of squishy. Anything wood disintegrated into mush when I applied even the least amount of force, and clothing items hanging on hooks in one of the rooms simply felt to moist threads if I tried to unhook them. One thing that annoyed me was that the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dank, suffocating depths of this place. Eventually, I reached a black and yellow stripped door with the words, "Character Prep," stenciled on it. The door wouldn't open at first. I figured this is probably where the costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of that twisted, stinking mess. Try as I might, whatever angle, whatever trick I tried, the door just wouldn't budge. That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was just a slight popping sound and the door just creaked open slowly. Inside the room was completely dark, pitch black actually. I used the camera flash to look for a light switch in the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was startled in my sense of excitement by a loud electrical buzz. Rows of lights overhead suddenly flashed to life, flickering and fading in and out like the rest I had passed. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was just going to keep getting brighter and brighter until all the bulbs exploded. But just when I thought it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed and steadied. The room was exactly as I pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the walls, fully put together like strange cartoon cadavers hung from invisible nooses. There was an entire rack of loinclothes and native clothes on hangers toward the back. What I found really odd, and what I wanted to photograph right away, was a Mickey Mouse costume at the center of the room. Unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the center of the floor like a murder victim. The fur on the costume was rotten and shedding, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the coloring of his costume. It was like a photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse. Black where it should be white and white where it should be black. His normally red overalls were light blue. The sight was off-putting enough that I actually put off photographing the thing until last. I took a picture of the costumes hanging on the walls. Upward angles, downward angles, side shots that show an entire row of frozen, putrid cartoon faces, some with plastic eyes even missing. Then I decided to stage a shot. Just one of the braggled character heads on the slick, grimy floor. I reached for the headpiece of a Donald Duck costume and carefully removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of that wide-eyed, moldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet, and there between my shoes, was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot head and shattered to pieces at my feet. Only the empty face and lower jaw remained, just staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, as you'd expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the doorway, I looked back at the skull on the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know? I just had to. For any number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. I'd need proof of what happened, especially if Disney was trying to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind, right from the start, that even if this was just gross negligence, Disney was responsible for this. That's when Mickey, that photo-negative opposite Mickey in the middle of the floor, started to get up. First sitting up, then climbing to its feet. The Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside of it, stood there in the center of the room, its fake face just staring directly at me as I mumbled, "No," over and over. With shaking hands, a violently thrashing heart, and legs that once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera and aim it at the opposite creature now quietly sizing me up. The digital camera's screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of Mickey's costume. Of the Mickey costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, mirroring the screen of wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then the camera died, went black and quiet and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. "Hey," it said in a hushed, perverted, but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice. "Wanna see my head come off?" It started to pull at its own head, working its clumsy, glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawing, impatient movements, similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free from a predator's jaws. As it worked its digits into its neck, so much blood, oh my god, so much thick, chunky, yellow blood. I turned away as I heard the sickening tearing of cloth and flesh. I only cared about getting away. Above the doorway and out of this room, I saw the final message clawed into the metal with bone or fingernails. Abandoned by God. I never got the pictures out of the camera. I never wrote the blog entry about it. After I ran from that place, fled for my sanity, if not my life. I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anything like that getting out. Everybody knows that if you surf the web long enough, you'll see some pretty sick shit. This is especially true if you intentionally dwell into the dark underbelly of the internet. I've seen quite a few things that I don't care to admit to, but one thing that'll always stick out of my mind is a site called normalpornfornormalpeople.com. The first strange thing about the site was that I didn't find it by actually looking for it. It was emailed to me by someone I didn't know. The email was as follows. "Hi there. Found this site is very nice and thought you might like it. Normalpornfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind." Pretty standard issue chain letter, although the URL and the last remark really piqued my curiosity. I was having a very boring day when I got this, so I made sure the antivirus was working on my computer, and then I clicked it. It was a very strange, very average-looking website. It gave the impression that the creators just barely gave a shit about making it look professional. The author seemed to have a very tenuous grasp on English, and the front page was just a long, boring, and incoherent rant that I didn't remember or have saved. The site had a very strange tagline, which even to this day people haven't figured out the meaning of, which was, "Normal porn for normal people, a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality." And from the sound of that, I wasn't sure whether I was here to watch porn or if I had stumbled onto some kind of eugenics program. But I was here now, and I was very, very curious to see what normal people got their rocks off to. So I scrolled down through the rant, and nothing. The page didn't seem to link to anywhere else, and I was about to leave when I noticed that every word of the rant was its own hyperlink. So I clicked on one of them and was sent to a white page with a very long list of links in the form of normalpornfornormalpeople.com/random letters. So I stopped for a minute and asked myself if I really wanted to waste God knows how much time clicking random links that will likely give me a virus that will rape my computer. I figured I'd just try it for maybe 5 minutes, just to see if anything came up. I clicked on one of the links and was sent to another page. This page apparently had totally different URLs than the last one. I was just about to say fuck this when I clicked on the third link and a video download came up. It was called Peanut Dead AVI. It was a 30-minute video of a man, a woman, and a dog in a kitchen. The woman would make a peanut butter sandwich, and the man would set it down for the dog to eat. This was all that happened for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had to stop filming and wait until the dog was ready to eat again, and the dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know what you're thinking. What the hell does this have to do with porn? I have no clue. I've seen a little over 2,000 videos from this site, and the majority of them have no sexual activity at all. After watching Peanut Dead AVI, I went on a certain image board I frequent to play online show and tell, like I always do with weird shit like this. But someone had already made a thread about it. Some guy who had received the same chain letter that I did. The image board thread got lots of people with nothing better to do to dig through the site, and that's how I saw their videos. Most of those 2,000 videos were very uneventful and consisted of people talking to the cameraman in a room with nothing in it but a desk and a few chairs. I mean literally nothing on the walls or in terms of furniture. The whole room had a very cold, sterile feel to it. The conversations were just idle banter about previous jobs or embarrassing childhood moments. I kept expecting some kind of discussion about what the people were filming or what the site was about. But, of course, nothing. You would never know these videos had anything to do with porn if you saw it out of context. I will say one thing, though. The people who appeared in these videos were quite attractive. However, the other videos that actually did feature content which I suppose could be called sexual is where things got weird. I'll give brief descriptions of the stranger videos. If you're really eaten up with curiosity, you can try to hunt them down at a torrent site. LickedClean.avi. A 10-minute video filmed by a hidden camera in which we see a repairman working on a washing machine for the first 2 minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly and then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman is gone, and begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes. Jimbo.avi. A 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part when he pretends to pull up a chair, then pretends that it breaks because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts the static briefly, and then cuts back to the man sobbing quietly, still wearing the mime outfit and makeup. Some kind of obscure fetish? Diana.avi. 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to a woman in a room different from the interview room. This room looks like one you would find in a normal person's house. Exactly where they are is never specified, as Diana only talks about her violin playing. She obviously plays her violin, but she keeps getting distracted by something. I didn't notice this until someone in the image board pointed it out, but if you look at the mirror in the background, you can see a fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi. Another 4-minute cameraman video. This time he's outside a house talking to another young woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city streets behind them occasionally. The strange thing is, no one so far has been able to identify where the street is. Guesses have ranged everywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines, but there's yet to be a match for the street shown in the video. Tonguetie.avi. 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consists of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did in Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed, and the elderly woman is nowhere to be seen. From this point on, there is no sound. Stumps.avi. 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to breakdance on a DDR mat in what looks like the kitchen from Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music unseen in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark when the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off-screen to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this off-screen person begin to scream as the video ends abruptly. Privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mattress in the interview room, while the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room is always closed in other videos, but now it's open. In this video, the only light is in the room, and the hallway is dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway. And finally, the last video we uncovered, Useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, but he doesn't enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running down the hall in the last video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee, its hair shaved and its entire body painted red. It seemed to be starved and abused, with several wounds along its shoulders and back. When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment. It may have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes, until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread exploded with activity after this video was uncovered, and people discussed it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found that the thread was deleted. I tried to start another one, and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy who sent me the chain letter with the site's URL, sent him 5 messages, and never got a response. I have tried to discuss the website on various places and got banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after Useless.avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof that normal porn for normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps people took and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents. The most popular of which being useless.avi, which found its way onto some core sites. Wherever you upload them to. All of the videos from normal porn for normalpeople.com get deleted after a while.
Welcome to hell, my friend. No, it's not what I expected when I first arrived either, but it's true. Hell is an office job. Doesn't seem too bad for hell, does it? Practically a dream job compared to Lakes of Fire and all that. I mean, sure, it's not one of those hip offices with funky feng shui and trendy colors and organic juice bars. It's not even a cubicle form, or at least you get a tiny scrap of privacy where you work. No, it's just an office with an open floor plan. Nothing but desks, row upon row of desks beneath sickly fluorescent lighting. These people sitting at the desks are your new coworkers. You may hear an occasional cough or sniffle, but for the most part, we're all very quiet. Why? Because we're thinking, that's why. We are thinking very, very hard about that blank piece of paper on our desks. You've got one too. It's a standard 3x5 index card with one red line at the top and 10 blue lines underneath. No fancy computers to work on down here, just a plain, simple index card. But it's a very important index card. You get a new one every day, and if you write something on it, then you might get the evening off. What's so great about an evening off? Well, a day in hell may be like working in an office, but the nights are another thing entirely. At night, we could end up with fire ants poured into our ears or dancing barefoot on broken glass. We've had our eyes lanced, our tongues shredded, and our intestines unwound. And those were the easy nights. Normally, it's much worse. But, that's why these index cards are so important. Did you think devils and demons would be creative with their punishments? Try telling a bunch of humans that one of them will get the night off if they come up with the most inventive torture of the day. Demons can't even compete with our creativity. But, hey, it's almost quitting time. We've got to drop our cards in the suggestion box before the 5 o'clock deadline. I'd wish you good luck, but that would mean really bad luck for me, wouldn't it? Oh, wait. I see that look in your eyes. You're thinking about getting everyone to band together and write down easy tortures like runny noses and stubbed toes, right? Well, forget about it. No matter what you do, there will always be that one guy, you know? Usually more than one, but there will at least always be that one stupid, selfish, or just plain evil asshole who ruins things for everyone else. If you don't believe me, then you don't know your fellow humans very well. Or you've never worked in an office. But I wouldn't worry about it. After tonight, I'm sure you're gonna fit right in. I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and the pay's alright. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy's weird. He's about 25 or 26, and he hardly speaks, but he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but, it's never been a problem, so there's not much we could do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Well, up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started to go missing. Employee theft can be a problem at any business that sells consumer goods, and there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time, then entire shelves and boxes from the back room.
Pretty soon shipments would be gone the next day after we got them. And it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My bosses checked the security camera tapes every single time he worked, but we could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, then the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime under the table, so I obviously took the offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for a vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them into the old VCR, and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked. Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl who was working before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Miss Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. A regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle and usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, and paid with a credit card, then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat. Never seen him before. But we got plenty of strangers passing through, just like at any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with a $100 bill and went on his way. I sat back and sighed. The only thing more boring than doing this job was watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching, though, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Miss Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something, but she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. That's odd, I thought. But then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice. That's when Ron came back in again. He bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up. And then he bought the same pack of beef jerky. He paid with his credit card again. No big deal. I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Miss Templeton is forgetful and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in that cowboy hat came back in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel, don't get diesel. I found myself whispering to the empty living room. But he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to when he scratched his nose before he walked out. Either this guy is rich, owns a lot of trucks, and just moved into town, or something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out, and then at 6:03, Miss Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and a newspaper again, and paid with a $20 bill again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now, I know what you're thinking. That sneaky motherfucker Jeremy must have messed with the tapes. He ran a loop of his first hour of business over and over, but that wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera covers, and I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all his duties exactly how you would expect, but the same customers kept coming in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03 out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second the store was empty, the next second his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone, just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I popped in another tape. The other indoor camera shows the back area by the cash register, and I would be able to see how he put his face up in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he really wasn't there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil just vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned that tape off and went to bed, but I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I've seen in my life. I work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring in the tapes and let him know what I found, but really, what the hell am I gonna say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight directly after me, and the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave to confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see anything like that again. I can't get the image of Jeremy smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. It was the creepiest look I've ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm going to try to get some last-minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update, 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. Apologies in advance for errors. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you really can't prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy is due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together, but neither of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a fucked up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think it could have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped into view made me think he knew I'd be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a kid showing you a sandcastle they just built or something. I don't know. I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm going to talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how the hell to handle this. I'll update again tonight, but I have a really bad feeling how this is going to play out. Update, 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone's been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 10:58 p.m. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things make less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work, Jeremy never showed up, and my boss and I decided to call the police, as you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call, though, the sun went out. I shit you not, that's what I thought happened. Apparently, I blacked out for exactly 5 hours, because when I looked back at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop, and then I snapped out of it at the exact point I blacked out, if that makes sense. But that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to cooperate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, but frozen. I looked at the clock again, and it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I'm betting this would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got the fuck out of there, didn't lock up, didn't turn the lights out, and sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload on the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway, and cars were parked all along it, except they weren't parked, they were frozen. The people inside were sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start. Thankfully, it did. About halfway home, time started up again. The static from the radio turned into music like it was supposed to be, and from what I could tell by listening to the host talk in between songs, no one noticed the time freeze, or whatever it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow, if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He'd been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong, and he told them everything. The police around here are small guys. They were more concerned about the missing motor oil than anything, but my boss figured he would take it as long as he had their attention. They decided to go looking for Jeremy. We kept all our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy just started working here, he was easy to find. They checked his address on it and headed to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot. Or at least, now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there way back when. Rumor has it that they had an estranged son that they never really talked about, but I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this, and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come to the gas station. "What are you, crazy?" I said, but he assured me that the cops were there with him. Then he dropped the bomb. The FBI were also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15, and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway, so I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said, "Oh, Christ. We've got another one on our hands." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying that I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened, so I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by posting this. So now I'm home, and I'm not sure what to do with myself. That agent's words, when I told him the story, are going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I gotta go. I have some errands to run today, and then I have to go into work and pick up some tapes. My boss thinks this new guy Jeremy is stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my boss is paying me overtime under the table, and I'm trying to save up for a vacation so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after his shifts. I figure I'll just watch the tapes, catch him in the act, and that'll be that.
What's your emergency? Yeah, hi, this is gonna sound kinda strange, but there's a man stumbling around in circles in my front yard. Could you repeat that, sir? He looks sick, or lost, or drunk, or something. I just got up to get a glass of water, and I heard snow crunching around underneath my front window, so I peeked out. I'm looking at him now. He's about 10 yards away from my window. Something's not right. What's your address, sir? 1617 Quarry Lane, in Pinella Pass. I'm going to send a squad car right away, but that's quite a ways out. Are you alone in your house, sir? Yes, I'm alone. Can you confirm that all of your doors and windows are locked? Stay on the phone with me. Yeah. I know my front door is definitely locked, but I'll go check my back door again really quickly. I really appreciate your help, by the way. I know this is kind of strange, but I really hope that... Sir? Sir, are you still there? He's still standing in the yard, but he's... What the fuck? He's upside down. Sir? Stay on with me. What's happening? He's staring right at me, but but he's standing on his hands now. He's perfectly still, staring straight at me. He's doing a handstand and he's smiling and he's not moving. He's doing a handstand, sir? I don't know. He's facing me, standing still on his hands, and he's got this huge smile, and he's standing perfectly still, but... What the fuck? Please get someone out here now! Sir, I need you to remain calm. I put out the call and an officer is on his way. His teeth are so huge. What the fuck? Please help me. Sir, I want you to try and keep an eye on him, but make sure your back door is locked again. We need to make sure all possible access points are secured. Can you talk me through and confirm that your back door is locked? Okay, I'm walking backwards now and keeping him in my sight. My hand is on the back door knob now. It's locked. I need to check the deadbolt, so I'm going to take my eyes off him for just a split second. Alright, sir, help is on the way. Just stay on the phone with me. Everything's going to be alright. Sir? Sir, are you still there? His face, it's up against the glass. Sir, I need you to speak up. What's happening? I looked away for a split second, and now his face, it's pressed up against my front window. His teeth are huge, and he's still smiling. There's no color in his eyes. Jesus, please help me. Why won't it just fucking move? Sir, I need you to go to the nearest room and lock yourself inside of it. Do you have a basement or a bedroom you can lock yourself in? He won't stop staring. He's going to hurt me. Sir, I need you to listen to me. Lock yourself somewhere safe until the officer arrives at your house. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm going to lock myself in my room. And you're positive that you're alone in the house, correct? Yes. I'm alone in the house. Wait a minute. He's moving. He's shaking his head. He's telling me no. He can hear us. He's telling me I'm not alone. Sir? Sir, are you still there? I heard a loud noise. Is everything alright? Sir?
I used to be fearless. Horror movies never really scared me. Scary books had no effect. Haunted houses are meaningless. I was never a child who slept with the covers over their face, or with a nightlight. As a little boy, I never felt the need to crawl into bed with my mother after having a nightmare. I never really had nightmares to begin with, and the few I did have, most people would never consider a nightmare at all. I've simply never been afraid of what goes bump in the night. Our home security system kept away all fears of every real humans with dark intentions, as did our Rottweiler, aptly named Killer. As for threats outside the home, well, who could be afraid in a nice, white, upper-class community? I've lived in a bland bubble all my life, never knowing what fear is. So, why should I ever be afraid of the dark? Up until this moment, I haven't been. I saw it as a childish and logical. Of course, I don't feel that way anymore. I'm writing this to you now as a warning, because it's too late for me. I know that now, and it's brought on a surreal sort of calm. When I finish warning you, it'll all be over. So forgive me if I'm being long-winded. I enjoyed life a bit more than I was willing to admit. It all started out with what I thought was a virus. I had been linked to a video called Girls and Boys Come Out to Play. It sounded harmless enough. I thought it was an art student's film, perhaps? The person who had linked the video promised it was very good. Well worth watching. I can't remember the video. All I can remember is the feeling it brought up. It wasn't fear, but it was close. I was uncomfortable. I was unnerved. I was
also vaguely ill. From then on, things only got worse. The background on my computer had changed to a picture of a disturbed-looking young woman who stared at me from a black abyss. Every now and then, and growing more frequent by the day, strange noises would emit from my computer, even when the sound wasn't on. Screaming, strange laughter, and grinding noises. At the time, I was annoyed. This fear hadn't settled in quite yet. Then the faces started popping up, like those ridiculous streamers that scared my friends in high school. Yet these were different. They looked real. They were the faces of the dead. And they had died of violent deaths. I wish I could say I stopped using the computer, but I couldn't. My job requires me to use my computer frequently. What was I to do? I had no other computer available to me. I tried to take it in to have the virus removed, but no one could help me. They said there wasn't a virus. They said my computer was fine. Meanwhile, it got worse. The faces weren't just popping up, they would stay. And with those horrible, rotted eyes, they would hold my gaze. I couldn't look away from them and their terrible, mocking grins. And oh, God, the smell. My computer forever had a vague stench of death around it. I was going crazy. I thought that perhaps someone was messing with me. The people at the computer repair place didn't know what they were talking about. Something was wrong, but I knew it had to be something very real that just had to be fixed. So I got a new computer. Everything was fine for a while, but then it all came back. And in full force. Now there were voices. Now they were screaming. Now the rotted faces showed their stinking bodies. I could see every maggot, every fly, every pus-filled cervix. And they were calling to me, telling me that soon, very soon, I'd be joining them. They were so angry that I tried to get rid of them. And now they were going to make me pay. I didn't know what to do. Ignoring the problem wasn't working. I thought maybe it was the fault of a friend from work. Perhaps it came from the emails they had been sending me? I never thought it was the video. Not for a second. After all, that just wasn't logical. I was at the end of my rope. Today, I unplugged the computer and began packing. I would go on vacation, clear my head, and pray that everything would be back to normal. A few minutes ago, I realized it would not. The power went out, and for the first time in my life, I felt true fear. I had no idea that in a few moments, it would become mind-numbing. I stumbled through the house, looking for a flashlight, when I saw something that was still giving off light. The computer. The unplugged computer was on, and the woman in the background was moving, beckoning me over. I couldn't help myself. I sat down across from her, with the darkness caving in all around me. And then the woman, like all the other images I've seen before, began to rot away. The whole scene rotted away, and the screen went to black. And without light, without a means of seeing my reflection, I saw her for the briefest of moments behind me, a bloody and rusted knife in hand. The computer came back to life, and my old background had returned. But I know it's not over. So, I've decided to come here. I know you all like to be scared, right? Well, take it from someone who has only very recently known fear. It's not always worth it. And not everything is fun and games. Of course, you won't probably believe me. Why should you? The thing is, I haven't been completely honest with you. There was no video. It was a story. A story quite similar to this one, though, with subtle plot differences and perhaps better storytelling.
I know all of you like scary stories that might give you a good scare. That's probably why you started reading mine. Now that you read this, you'll share my fate. I know it's cruel and perhaps unfair, but it has to be done. I just hope that you can take comfort in knowing that when I'm the woman haunting your computer, I'll be a bit more gentle if I can. I'll use a blade that's a little less dull. Picture to those who came before us are a little less grustique. Sounds that are a little less alarming. But then again, you do like to be scared, right? Don't worry. I won't ask you to repost this story 5 times. Nothing will save you. After all, nothing could save me. The power's still out, and I know behind me the woman is waiting for me. I'll see you very soon. And goodbye for now. When I joined the case at 47 County Street, I didn't know what to expect. As a social worker, I see all kinds of screwed up things from child abuse to children abusing their parents. Yet, when I got the reports from that household, I wasn't expecting much. The initial letters we received were from a neighbor describing loud noises, shouting in the late hours of the night, and a teenager storming off from the household on a bike last winter just after they heard what sounded like glass shattering from within the house. This had apparently been going on for a few years. Still, something about the way the cop came in on Tuesday, white as sheet, asking about the case, probably should have set off some alarms. I was ignorant. There I stood in the living room of the Bedford family home on County Street, beside myself as the story unfolded. Dan, the father of the 3 children, spoke with tears in his eyes. "I'm so glad somebody called us. My wife and I would have never had the courage to contact anyone about this." This struck me as odd, seeing as most people don't want the authorities or social services knocking on their door. "Can I get you some water? Coffee, maybe?" That's what Valerie, Dan's wife, asked me in a very hushed voice. They both looked exhausted and unbathed, like they had just been stranded on an island for weeks and were just rescued by me. This seemed indifferent to their surroundings, calm at the moment, but the tension was kinetic. "No, thank you." I passed up the offer. I wasn't comfortable accepting anything from the couple just yet. "Tell me, as we need to get started here, what are your children's names and how old are they?" I already had this information, but I needed to survey how these 2 reacted to questioning. Valerie answered me. "Well, Damien is 17. He dropped out of school last week, but he's not here today. And there's my little sweetheart, Kelsey. She's 11. She's with her grandmother for the weekend." "It's Wednesday, ma'am." "Oh, right. I'm sorry. She's with her aunt. I lose track, since they're never here anymore. She'll be home soon, though." Her husband stared at her intently, almost not staring at her at all, more like through her. I took note of this. "And if my file's not mistaken, it says you have a 3rd child?" Jessica. I relaxed slightly. Jessica. Okay. Yeah, I have that here. 7 years old? They nodded together, their faces twisted into an uncomfortable expression, both suddenly wringing their hands. Dan glanced over at the staircase to his left, I guess to silently signal where Jessica's whereabouts were. "She's up there," Valerie told me, suddenly sobbing. A pang hit my heart like knuckles to a tetherball. I could feel my emotions swirling around my ribs. My stomach began to turn. "Excellent. Can I meet her?" I asked. stiffly. Yes, but Valerie wiped her nose with a tissue and looked up the stairs. But you have to go get her. Another odd feeling. I was beginning to get suspicious, but I wasn't sure what I was getting suspicious of. These two seemed like a train wreck, and I was certainly one to judge. Still, they didn't seem like bad people. They felt like victims to me. I decided to accept their request. Okay. Where upstairs is she? In her room? I scratched at the back of my neck, as I do when I'm not comfortable. Yeah. They both answered at the same time again. I stared at both of them for a bit before standing up and heading towards the stairs. My heart jumped as my foot hit something metal across the floor. I looked down to see an empty pet dish of some kind. Don't worry. Sorry about that, Dan said as he picked up the dish on the floor for me. That's our cat, Evie's dish. I nodded but didn't respond. I just climbed the stairs to the top floor. The creak said the steps were eerie and loud as I made my way up to the dim, badly lit hallway. I couldn't quite collect my thoughts. There was something strange going on, but I didn't know what. Why were they sending me up there to meet their daughter? Why couldn't they retrieve her for me? Why did I accept their request? Upon checking out the hallway, I noticed one door at the end. It was bedazzled with stickers and letters, appearing to be a very normal young girl's room. The letters spelled out Jessica's name, except the S and the E was missing. I also noticed there appeared to be no light coming from within the bedroom. I was taking mental notes of everything from my report. I opted for knocking on the door out of respect, but received no reply. After 3 or 4 tries, I decided to just open it, figuring they were wrong about her whereabouts. The door slowly creaked open under the grip of my left hand. My other hand clutched my clipboard, perhaps tighter than it should have. Just as I expected, the room was dark. Only a small amount of moonlight shined from the cool autumn night. I found a switch on the wall to my right and clicked it on. Holy hell. My heart skipped a beat, as what I saw in the center of the room was unexpected. A little girl with dark brown hair sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling at me. I didn't notice her before with the lights off. I was startled, but I couldn't be stirred. I'm sorry, Jessica. I didn't think anyone was in here. Hi, is all she said, still smiling at me. Hi, I'm here talking with your parents, and they told me you'd be up here. I just need to ask some questions. Is that okay, Jessica? Is this like a game? She asked. The smile never left her face. The problem is, what seemed like a happy smile at first suddenly seemed a little off. I'm not sure what feeling I was getting, but it definitely made me unnerved. Not exactly. But it'll only take a moment. She just stared at me, her off-kilter smile never changing. I moved toward the dresser across from her bed and pulled out my pen. Jessica, how are you feeling today? Hungry. I blinked a couple times. Hungry, huh? Okay. Haven't you had dinner yet? It's pretty late now. They had dinner, but I feed myself. I blinked again. They don't feed you? It's okay. I eat whenever I want. That smile on her face. It sent chills down my back, much cooler than the air outside. I cleared my throat a little. Do you like your parents? I asked. I used to. She dipped her head down a little bit, looking at me with her neck arched, still grinning as ever. Jessica, I need to get the full story here so I can make sure we find out what's going on, okay? If you're honest, I can help you. Still smiling away, she nodded. Where are your brother and sister today? She didn't reply. I noticed the cat jump on the bed and lay by the post. It was staring up at Jessica. Oh, I see you have a little friend. Do you like your cat? Jessica's grin grew wider and her eyes flashed with mischief. Then she tilted her head to the side and spoke, but not in her own voice. This voice was deeper and gravelly. I'm hungry. That's when she snatched the cat up from the bed and pulled its neck to her mouth. She crunched down, causing the poor thing to hiss and screech with agony. I gasped and fell back against the dresser. Jessica tilted her head back and gave the most maniacal laugh I've heard in my life. Blood was dripping from her teeth and lips. She took the cat in both hands as blood splattered onto the bed. Then I heard a snapping sound and the poor creature went silent. Jessica flopped down onto her stomach, continuing to bite into the cat's fur and flesh. I could hear her lips and teeth smacking and crunching. That's when I puked all over the goddamn floor. After spilling my guts, I lunged for the doorway, colliding with the opposite wall just outside. I stumbled and stomped my way back downstairs to where Dan and Valerie were sitting. They just looked at me, obviously knowing I had just witnessed the reason for their strange behavior. I looked at them both, not one of us saying a word for the longest time. Finally, as I began making my way to the door, Valerie spoke. "Wait!" she exclaimed. I turned around, my hand on the doorknob, fear still present in my watery eyes. Valerie looked at me with the saddest face, gripping her husband's arm so tight and said, "Aren't you gonna help us?"
Is a transcription of a 911 call made during the evening of August 22nd, 2011. It was released to the general public in order to offer any clues to help solve the case of the death of Mr. Mason Carter and his family, consisting of his wife and 2 sons, as well as his daughter, Susan Carter, who is currently missing. If you have any leads on the happenings of the Carter family, or the whereabouts of the daughter of the family, please contact the Ohio State Police Department. Call transcription number 0703321A32.4. Date 8/22/2011. Time call start 9:37 p.m. Time call end 9:52 p.m. Begin call.
"911, do you need police, fire department, or ambulance?" "Send the police, please! Send the police to Hicks Farm, 2251 Stalbert Road. Somebody broke into my home." "Okay, mister. Somebody broke into my home and killed my family. Please, send the police now. There's blood. There's blood everywhere." "Mister, I've notified the police. They should be there shortly. What's your name?" "Mason Carter." "Oh, God, I'm so scared." "Who is that?" "I don't know. There's a man banging on my front door. It looks like he's covered in blood." "Do you know him?" "No." "Does he have a weapon?" "No, he's just banging on the door. His shirt's covered in blood. I think he's trying to break in. I have my wife's shotgun with me. I don't really know how to use it, though. Oh, God. I can't shoot him. I can't do it." "Mr. Carter, I don't advise you to use the weapon, but you should keep it nearby just in case. The window is going to break." "Mr. Carter, if he breaks in, I don't think I could shoot him. No. He's just starting to hit the window really, really hard. Oh, God, he's going to break in. He's just screaming at me. He's crazy." "Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter. Hello, Mr. Carter, are you there? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, help me. Oh, God, I shot him. I shot him. Dear Lord, help me." "Calm down. Mr. Carter, you were defending yourself. Everything is fine, Mr. Carter. You did what you needed to do. He could have hurt you. You need to stay on the line with me and go outside now and wait for the police to get there." "No, I need to find Susan." "Who's Susan?" "I need to find my daughter. I need to find Susan. Please help me find her. She's only 6 years old. She has to be hiding somewhere in the house. Susan!" "Mr. Carter, I can't find my daughter. I can't. Oh, God. They're all dead. And I can't find her. I've searched everywhere." "Mr. Carter, your daughter probably made it out of the house. I need to find my daughter." "Mr. Carter, the police will be there shortly. They will find your daughter right now. I need you to get out of the house." What was that? What was what? footsteps coming from upstairs. Susan? Oh my God, Susan! Susan, Daddy's here, baby! Daddy's here! Mr. Carter, please, listen to me. You need to get out of the house until the police arrive. Susan! Susan, where are you, baby? I'm at the top of the stairs. I just got up here and I need to turn on some lights. Oh no. Oh dear Lord, please don't tell me that's her blood. There are bloody footprints all on the floor. They're small enough to be hers. Susan, I'm going to her room. She has to be there. Mr. Carter, please listen to me. Get out of the house. I'm in her room. There aren't many places for her to hide in here. Susan, where are you? What the hell? What the hell was that? Is that Susan? It sounded like someone was on the roof. Something is at the top of the roof. It's going to the other side of the house. Mr. Carter, you're not making any sense. Susan, I'm in your room. Follow Daddy's voice. The lights just went out. The power's out. Do you have a flashlight or any kind of light? I can't see anything. Okay, just stay where you are. Mr. Carter, let your eyes adjust to the dark. Oh my God. What was that? Something broke. Someone's inside the house. Susan, is that you? Is it the police? No. They would have called out for you. Oh no. Someone's here. It could be Susan. No, she would have called for me. I've been yelling her name. Mr. Carter. Shh. Something's coming up the stairs. It's big. It's stomping up the steps. Oh God, that's not Susan. Mason, I'm going to need you to find somewhere to hide. Try and grab something to protect yourself with again. That man didn't kill my family. He couldn't have. Please find a place to hide. I can't see. It's getting closer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Please help me find a way out of here. Mr. Carter, are you still there? I'm in the closet. I can't get the door shut all the way. The door is jammed. Oh, no. It's coming towards Susan's room. Where are the police? I'm so scared. Mason, you just need to keep calm and wait for them until they arrive. You have to make sure you don't give yourself away. I can see it. I don't know what it is. What do you see? What is that? Mason, please describe what you see. I can't describe it. It's not human. It's not human. Oh God. It's looking at me. Mr. Carter? It's gone. I think. Mr. Carter, you need to find a way out of that house right now. I can't move. I can't make it. I don't know what that thing was. I don't want to see it again. I'm so scared. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I can't do this. I'm so scared. I can't move my legs. I don't even think I can stand up. Please, Mr. Carter, you need to do this for Susan. She's still out there somewhere. Susan, I need to find her. No, you need to get out of that house. But, Mason, please, get out of the house. Whatever was just in there is still in that house. Get out now. Okay, I'm going. Just stay on the line with me. Keep the phone with you at all times. Tell me when you get to the stairs, okay? Yeah. Mr. Carter? Mason, are you there? I'm at the stairs. Get down the stairs now. I think I hear the cop cars. Keep going. Mason. Holy shit, oh my God. This is the police department. Is anyone here? Jesus Christ, what the hell happened to these people? Stay alert. Hello? Hello, can you guys hear me? Oh God, look at her face. I've never seen anything like that before. This is Officer Maple. We've got a 187 at Hawks Farm located at 2251 Staleborough Road. We need immediate backup, over. Oh, Jesus Christ. Looks like the entire family was slaughtered. Hello! Officers, hello! Did you hear that? The phone! Pick up the phone! Sounds like someone's coming up from down there. Hello? Hi, yes, this is Tim, the operator of the call center. You two officers need to get out of the house immediately. There is something in the house, something very dangerous. Hey, Maple, I found someone. Hold on a sec. Who is it? I'm thinking it's the daughter of the family. She was cowering behind the couch. She's covered in blood, but I don't think it's her own. Why is she naked? You don't think? Please, officer, you need to get out of there now. Come on, we're going to get out of here. There's no reason to be scared with us. What's your name? Susan. Where's my mommy? We're going to get you out of here, Susan. Alan, cover her eyes, will you? Come on, I'm getting you out of here. Just lay your head on my chest, close your eyes, sweetie. Here, let me get this tablecloth around her. Put it around her. Tim, you still there? Yes, you need to get out of there now. How many times do I have to say it? You're dealing with something extremely dangerous and... Hello? Hello? Officer! Oh, fuck, she's biting him! We need immediate backup! Hello? Hello? Officers, hello?
Hello. I can see you. You probably think, oh, it's just another story someone wrote in their mother's basement. It's not. More than likely, you're on an electronic device of some sort. That's all I need right now as you're reading this. I'm shifting through your files. Yes, your device. You, the one reading this. I'm going through your emails, looking at your digital photos and anything you downloaded off the net, opening your most private documents, having a good read or a good laugh, depending on the content. Well, to be honest, most of them are utterly boring, except for a few files. You know the ones I mean. I know you don't believe me, and I prefer it that way. But think about it like this. Note, I will include dumbed-down version at the end. Every computer has an IP address, which is the street address of your computer. If you think of it as a postal service, the return address is the return address, and the internet is the post office. Your IP is supposed to be secure, but it isn't. I'll prove it to you by showing your internet and your location. It was quite easy, really. Your firewall was a joke, and not even a funny one. The built-in firewall on your computer was a different story, though. It took me a few heartbeats, but once I slipped in a Trojan, your computer was mine. Look at your monitor if you have one. Say cheese. I can see you. Just in case your webcam has a light, I have a code that stops it. If you don't have a webcam, that's fine. I'll just look through your pictures that you have in your files. My, whoever did your hair should be fired. Anyway, you're never safe from the net. I could corrupt your hard drive, but I'm not that evil. I'll leave no trace I was there. If you didn't believe that IP address was yours, Google it. I promise you, you'll get the same result. I will be back. Here's the dumbed-down version. Light up beepy thing is home. I know where that is. Light up beepy thing is not safe.
I used to watch this YouTube channel about paranormal topics all the time. It had a weird name, like Paranormal Headquarters or something like that. Just what you would expect a YouTube channel of that genre to be called. Whenever I was working on something or on the computer, I would always have the narration of videos going on in the background. I even talked about this channel with my family and friends. Of course, many of them just rolled their eyes and didn't give the channel a watch. They didn't even share my interest of the paranormal, but they always supported my strange obsession with it. I have always been into learning about the mysterious and unexplained mysteries of the world. The weirder the topic, the better. You might say I have a lot of paranormal experiences in my life, so learning about people who had gone through similar things was a bit of a comfort. I continue my ritual of logging into YouTube and listening to this channel for almost a year. I learned about every topic possible from the Marphalites to the skunk ape. Not one paranormal topic went untouched. but at the beginning of the year, the channel narrator started a new series about paranormal experiences he had personally gone through. It had its own little playlist, so I started listening to that playlist more than the main channel because I love hearing people's personal paranormal stories more than anything else. This new series was actually started at the beginning of the new year. However, one day when I was logging into YouTube and going about my usual rituals of listening to his playlist, I immediately noticed something that was amiss. The new video playing didn't have the same audio quality as the others. It was grainy and scratchy, and there were parts of the audio that were not able to be heard altogether. In the audio that did get through, though, sentences like, "I may not return again after this," and "I found something I shouldn't have," peek through the noise every once in a while. I figured that this was some sort of jump scare video or something, so I didn't pay much attention to it. This was a channel that focused on the scary end of things after all. However, the next time I went to find the channel, it had completely disappeared. No matter where I searched for it, on YouTube, on Google, on every search engine I could think of, it was just nowhere to be found. Even the website that I would visit occasionally had completely disappeared. It was like it had never existed. The weirdest thing was that when I would talk to people about the YouTube channel in vain attempt to get some information, no one knew what I was talking about. Even the friends and family I had shared the YouTube channel with had no idea what I was talking about when I brought up the topic. Eventually, I gave up to find the channel. Well, I gave up trying, I guess I should say. I thought that maybe I had really just imagined the whole thing. I tried not to think about it, but then, when I was browsing for new paranormal channels to watch, a video with the narrator Paranormal Headquarters popped up in one of the search results. I clicked on that video right away, without even reading the caption. The video played and turned out to be a news story. It was dated, having been broadcasting the previous year. In the news story, the lady on the screen talked about the narrator who I had learned was named Corey Felton in real life. Corey had apparently gone to a party with some friends and disappeared shortly after. They had launched an investigation into his disappearance, but as of this date of the broadcast, no one had seen or heard from him. This was very intriguing to me, so I looked up following news stories about Corey Felton. They progressed throughout the year, talking about how no matter how many search parties they had sent out to find Corey, no one could find him. The last news story said that due to the length of his disappearance, it was assumed that Corey might be dead, but they were still keeping up hope that they would find him. All this information was almost too much to process. While Corey was supposedly missing, I had somehow been watching a YouTube channel narrated by him. Could it have been that he ran away and was making the YouTube channel from an unknown location? Did he already know his life was in danger when he made this channel? Questions like this rushed through my mind. I thought that I should share what I knew about Corey with the family. They had a website which reached out into the internet community and pleaded for people to give them any leads they can think of to get their boy back home safely. I sent an email talking about everything I had been watching on that YouTube channel for the past year, including his personal playlist about the paranormal. I didn't get a response for a while, but then Corey's mother called me one day out of the blue. She sounded quite excited on the phone and asked me to meet up with her and her family in Bangor, Maine. She said she would pay for the plane ticket as I lived in Paris, Texas, and insisted that I visit their family, being someone who had information about their son's disappearance. So that's what I did. I flew out to Maine to meet with Corey's mother and the rest of their family. When I arrived, the family greeted me with warmth. You could see that they all looked worn, and Corey's disappearance had just taken the life out of them as if it had just taken place yesterday. After settling in, I went over all the details again. Corey's mother explained how the only object missing from Corey's room was indeed his laptop. He had been researching all sorts of paranormal stuff for a year and kept insisting that he was going to spread his knowledge to the world. So, it made sense that he would make a YouTube channel. Why he would run away to make it was still unknown. It was obvious that he had a very loving family, and from what I gathered, reading his journals, he had really no problems in school or with people. So, we don't know exactly why he would run away. I comforted the family as best I could, and when I was there, I told them that they would always keep in contact with me if they needed someone to talk to. They were very grateful for that, even after I left a week later. I kept in contact with Corey's mother, his father, and his older brother through email or Facebook. Unfortunately, I never was able to find anything else about Corey Felton ever again.
The YouTube channel was the only connection I had with him, and that had long disappeared. However, a few years later, Corey's mother sent me a lengthy email explaining how Corey had returned to them, seemingly lacking any sort of memories from his past or recollection of what had happened to him over the time he had disappeared. He only showed up at the house because he had been dropped off there by a white van. The local police were looking into the case, but not coming up with much of anything that could help the family. Corey was slowly adjusting to being home again, but was not the same teenage boy that had gone missing. He wasn't interested in the paranormal stuff anymore. In fact, he intentionally stayed away from it, or insisted that this stuff wasn't real. He didn't like any of the foods he had liked in the past. All of his clothing preferences were different. It was like he was a whole different person, but honestly, that didn't bother the family. They were just happy to have him home. The final email was the last connection I had with the Felton family. They got busy with their own lives and trying to get Corey to adjust to being part of the family again. I went back to listening to paranormal shows like I did as usual, as I worked on homework from the university or building one of the websites I did as a side job as I was going through school. But the strange nature of Corey's disappearance always stuck out in my mind. I would never forget the YouTube channel he made and the final message talking about how he didn't know if he would return after finding out whatever he did about the unknown. It always made me wonder what he had found that would make him fear for his own life and why he had to run away from his family in the first place. I only know one thing. After seeing what happened to Corey, I'm keeping my paranormal experiences to myself. I mentioned it before that lots of weird things have happened to me, but you won't find me talking about them. At least, not here on the web, because the internet is the place those people who took Corey are watching, ready to erase the memory of anyone who knows more than they should about the paranormal. If you're a person who likes paranormal things and sharing them with other people like me, let this story be a lesson to you. Keep your stories to yourself. You never know if the men in the white van are watching your every move. And if you say too much, erasing your memories might not be the only thing they do to you.
Greetings. I guess I should say up front that I'm new here, so be patient with me, as I don't know all the rules or etiquette or whatnot. A friend of mine linked me to this board after I told him the story and showed him what I'm about to show you. He thinks some of you will appreciate it, but to be honest, from where I'm sitting, this seems more like a haven for idiots than a serious paranormal image board. Whatever. I'm motivated to share this stuff and need to do so anonymously, for reasons which will become clear. Technically, I'll be breaking the law, but if I understand how this works, this thread will disappear in a day or so anyway. Here's the deal. I'm a production editor at a small independent publisher in the US. I won't say which or where, so don't ask, as I like to keep my job. The pay isn't great, but it's an easy gig, and I like the people I work with. A lot of what we publish are what you'd call coffee table books. The kind people flip through when they're bored, but almost nobody ever reads cover to cover. Bland pictorial histories of cities or states that sell well in regional gift shops. The occasional book of maps or biography. A few museums outsource their gallery catalogs to us. You know, that kind of thing. The job is boring, but it's steady, and we get enough jobs and our books make enough money to stay afloat, which is a lot more than most small presses can say these days. Because we've been around a while, our name is somewhat known to history buffs and people who think they're an expert on such and such town in nowhere, Idaho, or some esoteric topic nobody really cares about. We get a lot of unsolicited manuscripts from people that really shouldn't be writing books, and unsolicited CDs full of photographs from people that really shouldn't be taking pictures. Because we're small and don't have a separate acquisition editor position, the job of going through this slush pile gets passed around the office. Very rarely, somebody will find something worth pursuing and pitch it to the rest of us, but our senior editor and publisher gets the final say. For the last 9 months, I've been working more or less nonstop on a book that everyone at the office is pretty excited about. Our copy editor found it during his term with the pile. An old guy I won't name had contacted us out of the blue and offered us the chance to publish his rare archival photo collection, provided that we treat the subject matter with the respect and seriousness he felt it deserved. His term, and what was going to be the book's title. The photos were all anomalies. That is to say, they depicted something out of the ordinary or otherwise inexplicable. Something that usually had an equally interesting story to go along with it. Most of them were from the first half of the 20th century. Like I said, it's not the kind of thing we normally publish, but the few samples the guy sent in with his pitch letter were pretty compelling. And once we had seen the rest of them, heard a few stories, and realized none of these pictures were widely known, we knew we had something that would get the people's attention. The format was going to be simple and classy, with a lot of white space and breathing room. Each photo would appear as a high-quality print on the right-hand page, followed by a blank left-hand page, and then a couple of paragraphs to caption each photo on the following right-hand page. From the very beginning, the guy was a nightmare to work with, and the job took forever because he refused to send in more than one document at a time. He would send me certified mail, I would get it, scan it, and mail it back certified, and only then would he send the next one. He seemed to think he had an extremely valuable collection and was highly paranoid about losing it, so he only risked one item at a time. In the end, we spent so much money on mailing costs that it would have been cheaper for me to fly to where the old guy lives with a laptop and a scanner. We were maybe a third of the way through the production process when this fucking guy pulled out the rug from under us. Somebody had offered him a large sum of money for the photos, way more than we were offering for the book rights, on the condition that the book get shit-canned and the photos stay out of the public eye. We demanded he come in for a face-to-face and tried to reason with him, and to cater his pride and desire for scholarly acclaim, and for a few days it seemed like it worked. But then when he got back home, he flip-flopped again and started cursing me and my senior editor out on the phone, demanding we shelve the book. He hired a lawyer who came up with some BS to help void his contract, and then he threatened us with a lawsuit that would bankrupt us if we went ahead with the project and lost. To add insult to injury, the law firm sent this annoying little it guy to our office to make sure the materials were wiped clean from our computers. Because the vast majority of it existed on my machine, and I had spent literally months of my life on this project, I felt and still feel the most violated and bitter about the whole thing. Somebody should benefit from all that work, hence my reasons for coming here. Unfortunately, I don't have the high-resolution scans I made of the photos, but I did keep working drafts of the original captions and 14 medium-resolution placeholder thumbnails that Quark created as I was laying out the original version of the book. Don't ask me why we're still using Quark. It's what we know and what we paid for a long time ago. I'm not supposed to, but I occasionally take home the working Quark files to tweak on my home machine. The full file, with full-res images embedded, gets way too large and unwieldy to bring home with me. Most of the time I'm just experimenting with fonts and layout options anyway, so I don't embed the images until the end. Anyway, after all this shit went down, I discovered I had a working file on my home machine of what we had done so far. So I printed the .pdf and then stripped the text and images from that PDF file. You folks will be the beneficiaries of that. Just to be clear, I don't claim anything with regards to the veracity and provenance of these photos. I'm not here to convince you they're real. I'm just putting them out there because I think they deserve to be seen and not hidden in some rich prick's private collection. Photo number 1. The Collinwood Fire. This is the last known photo taken inside the Lakeview School in Collinwood, Ohio before it was consumed by fire on March 4th, 1908, killing 172 students, 2 teachers, and 1 rescuer. The fire started when a ceiling joist ignited from a nearby steam pipe. Flames blocked the escape routes, leading to panic and a stampede that trapped a large number of victims in a stairwell, where they were cooked alive. Additional casualties were incurred when the burning students jumped from the 2nd and 3rd story windows. Everyone in this photo perished, except for Mr. Olson, seated at the far right in the back row. The spectral artifacts in the photo remained unexplained. Photo number 2. Charlie Noon's last interview. Charlie Noon was an amateur folklorist who traveled throughout the South and Southwestern United States during the early years of the 20th century, collecting tall tales and stories of the supernatural. According to his wife Ellie, Charlie was told a story one day by an Oklahoma farmer about a strange woman who lived alone on an isolated property in the Panhandle. The farmer claimed that the woman was not a woman at all, but something else. Something that hid its true nature beneath a headscarf and was never seen without a large dog by its side. Noon was apparently intrigued enough to try searching for the woman during one of his research road trips. He was never seen again. Ellie Noon was later contacted by a Tulsa pawnbroker who remembered reading about her husband's disappearance in the papers after finding his name engraved on a camera sold to him by an itinerant. The pawnbroker had returned the camera, and Mrs. No One had the film inside developed in hopes of finding a clue to his whereabouts. This was the only photo on the roll. Unfortunately, neither the location of the property nor the name of the farmer who told him this story was recorded in No One's notes. Photo number 3. The death of John Yulstead. This prophetically torn photograph depicts a regimental color guard of the Union Army, 1 month before they marched into battle at Antietam, September 1862. The gentleman on the far right, named John Yulstead, had the right side of his face and right arm blown off by a cannon fire at the start of those hostilities. It is unknown exactly when the damage of the photo occurred. Photo number 4. The Axeman of New Orleans. Edouard Martel was an unsuccessful French photographer and inventor who traveled throughout the U.S. during the first 2 decades of the 20th century, trying to drum up some interest in investors for a device that added a timer and automatic exposure to features to a Kodak's popular line of folding Brownie cameras. During his travels, he took thousands of automated photos to test and refine his invention. Often, he would wake up early, set up a hidden camera in an inconspicuous spot in the streets or whatever city he happened to be in, and then walk to a nearby cafe or bar, so that he could capture the candid scenes of daily life to remember his travels by. The best of these photos were selected from Martel's one and only gallery show in Paris 1924. Unfortunately, Martel died penniless and unknown in 1955, and it was left to his daughter Jean to sort through the boxes and boxes of photos he left behind, to see what should be kept and what should be discarded. During this process, she came across this photo, taken in New Orleans on the morning of October 28, 1919, a few hours before Martel boarded a steamer ship and returned to France. It turns out that Martel hated motion blurs in his photographs because he thought they would reflect badly on the speed and accuracy of his lens mechanism. This prejudice made him cast aside and overlook what was probably the most important photo he ever took. What makes this photo so special? The night before it was taken, the notorious and still unidentified serial killer known only as the Axeman of New Orleans had committed his last murder, hacking Mike Pepitone to death in his bedroom and then fleeing the scene just as Pepitone's wife was discovering the body. Could this be him returning to his residence? It's impossible to say, but if it is, the image appears to belie the legend, based on the shaky testimony of Pauline and Mary Burno, and prevailing prejudice of the time, that only a black man was capable of such savagery. Photo number 5. The Grand Caverns Cryptids. This photo was taken in 1895 by an amateur photographer named Orrin Jeffries while exploring an unmapped section of the Grand Caverns in southwestern Virginia. At the time it was taken, Jeffries was conducting photographic experiments using super long exposures to see if anything at all could be captured in total absence of light, otherwise known as cave darkness. He would situate himself on level ground, extinguish his lantern, and then open the lens of his homemade box camera for as long as he could stand the darkness. During one of these experiments, he heard something approach from the deeper recesses of the cave. Frightened, Jeffries abandoned his experiment and set off on one of the blissless flashes he used for taking his traditional photographs underground. According to the report he later gave to the local newspaper, Jeffries saw 3 humanoid creatures staring at him from the shadows and took off running in the other direction and didn't stop running until he was topside. Several days later, he returned with 3 other men to retrieve his box camera. This is the image that was recorded on the film inside. Photo 6. The Harlow Twins. 1938, Evergreen Park, outside Chicago. Billy and Stevie Harlow were riding in the front seat with their mother Tammy when a Ford sedan collided head-on with a Chrysler. During the collision, the car spun in such a way as to impact 2 additional vehicles. Tammy Harlow survived, but the boys were ejected through the windshield and killed instantly. A crime scene photographer from the local paper took this shot as a crew of volunteers worked frantically to free John Downing, the driver of the Chrysler. It appears that little Billy and Stevie stuck around to watch. Photo 7. The Sorensen Tragedy. The Sorensens were a Danish family who immigrated to the United States sometime between 1905 and 1906. They arrived with their eldest child, Anders, seen on the donkey, and settled on the farmstead in Missouri. 3 more children, Simon, Fricky, and Mathlade, center right and in the wagon, respectively, soon followed. This photo, taken in 1916, captures all 4 of the children a few weeks before the tragedy. The 3 eldest kids were apparently playing Ford in a hay barn and must have fallen asleep. Their father, Nicholas, drove a wooden hay sweep into the pile and dismembered all 3, in locations accurately suggested by the flaw in the photo. Mathlade, the youngest, was inside the house with her mother at the time and not hurt. According to the son of a neighbor, later interviewed by the author, the donkey later died in an equally hideous fashion by getting its head caught in a barbed wire fence and nearly decapitating itself in a frenzy to get free. This final detail could not be corroborated. Photo number 8. The Spectre of Viola Peters. Viola Peters was a well-born spinster who lived alone in the small rural town of McKaysville, Georgia. She was much loved in her community for the charitable contributions she made to the Baptist church, the soup kitchen, and the local orphanage, especially during the Depression, when those institutions subsisted almost entirely on her largesse. In July of 1935, Viola was brutally raped and murdered by a drifter named Tom Cullen, who had worked briefly at the nearby copper refinery. Cullen proceeded to stay in Viola's house and savage her corpse for an additional 17 days before he was caught and captured. A posse of enraged locals stormed the county jail, took Cullen, and lynched him over the old bridge over the Toccoa River. This photo was taken by Garrett Killian, a witness to the lynching, and caused quite a stir when it was published a few days later in the Atlanta Constitution. To most, it suggested that Viola's spirit achieved some measure of peace by attending her killer's execution, but some twisted minds saw in her forlorn countenance a longing to get one last look at her one and only lover. Photo number 9. The Ghost of Sarah Eustace. Danvers State Hospital, formerly Danvers State Lunatic Asylum, was a Kirkbride-style psychiatric hospital built in 1874 on what was an isolated site in rural Massachusetts. Like all Kirkbride asylums, it was famous for its Gothic architecture and its use of now outdated medical techniques to treat insanity. Danvers is often cited as the birthplace of the prefrontal lobotomy. Danvers has several other claims to fame. It was the inspiration for the fictional Arkham Sanitarium that appeared in several stories by H.P. Lovecraft and which, in turn, inspired the Arkham Asylum in the fictional Batman universe. It was also where the cult horror film Session 9 was filmed. That film put the vast network of tunnels beneath Danvers to good cinematic effect. It's no accident that the filmmakers chose to use the tunnels, as rumors of their haunting had dogged Danvers for over 100 years. The most famous story concerns Sarah Eustace, a patient who escaped her ward in 1955 and snuck into the tunnel system. Despite multiple searches and a week-long lockdown of the asylum, Sarah was never seen again. It was assumed she died down there, lost, thirsty, and alone. A nurse at Danvers named Gail Malloy became obsessed with Sarah's story and spent many of her off hours searching the tunnels for her remains. Though she never found a body, she did snap this photo in late 1966, which suggests Sarah Eustace walks the Danvers tunnels to this very day. Photo 10. The Stevenson Family Portrait. Who says ghosts don't have a sense of humor? The Stevensons were a wealthy Boston family, proud of the industry and longevity with which most the clan was blessed. This portrait, taken in 1945, was an effort to gather the oldest Stevensons together with one of the youngest. Amelia Center, aged 102, was granted the honor of matriarch, while little Ophelia was the token child at 18 months. What the Stevensons did not realize until this photo was developed was that they had been joined that day by one of their deceased. James Pullman Stevenson, 1835 to 1932, seated at left between his niece Ginny and his cousin Alfred, was easily identified by several of those present, and remembered fondly as a rascally uncle known for his pranks and dirty jokes. Photo 11. The Disappearances of Miss Yurno. During her later years, Josephine Yurno would take a walk every evening at dusk around her beloved neighborhood of Norwich, Connecticut. On November 12, 1935, she set out as usual and never returned. Extensive searches were conducted by a large team of volunteers in the Norwich police force, but no sign of her was ever found. 3 years later, Miss Yurno was found squatting in front of a neighbor's house without a mark on her body and in perfect health. When asked where she had been, Miss Yurno was unable to understand the question. From her point of view, no time had passed at all. Against the advice of her neighbors and her doctor, she refused all medical treatment and resumed her life as if nothing had ever happened, including her nightly strolls. Another neighbor snapped this shot of her in the fall of 1938. Clouds of smoke from piles of burning leaves give it an appropriately eerie feel. On the same date in November of 1940, 5 years after her initial disappearance, Miss Urno vanished again. This time, she was never seen again. Photo 12. The Fate of Sally York. The 1912 threshing of little Sally, aged 9, in the cotton loom of North Fork Textile Mill was one of a handful of such accidents that helped legislators push through the Keating-Owning Act of 1916, the first child labor law in American history. From the time of the accident until the mill's closing 4 decades later, workers constantly complained of cold spots, strange noises, and sudden taps on the shoulder when nobody was near. The mill's foreman never paid these complaints any mind until this photograph surfaced in 1932. It was taken by a traveling photographer named Benny Johnson, who promptly sold it to North Fork Gazette for an unpreceded $10. The mill had shut down for the Christmas holidays and was empty at the time. The photo was later blamed for the closing of the mill, though the Great Depression was probably the more likely cause of that. Photo number 13. Lily Palmer's eyes. Lily Palmer was not quite 4 when she experienced what doctors would later call an acute onset of sensory hallucinations. This photo, taken by Lily's mother Annette on Halloween night in 1952, purportedly captures the arrival of her disorder. Lily and her Filipino nanny were setting out for a round of trick-or-treating when the child suddenly screamed and began to claw at her eyes. It was some time before she was calm enough to speak, but when asked what she saw, Lily reportedly spoke about things crawling in her eyes. Several days later, while unsupervised in her bedroom, Lily punctured both of her eyes with one of her mother's knitting needles. After receiving medical treatment, she was evaluated and committed, and remained institutionalized for the rest of her life, first at Bellevue on the east side of Manhattan, and later at the Rockland Psychiatric Center in Orangeburg, where she remained until she died of a heart attack in March of 2001. A call to one of her former caregivers at Rockland confirmed that Lily's episodes were most traumatic on and around Halloween night, but for the majority of her life she could be heard begging and pleading with the staff to help her get these things out of her eyes. Photo 14. The Trinity Deception. This is one of the several famous photographs taken of the first ever nuclear detonation. Conducted by the U.S. Army on July 16, 1945, in the White Sands Proving Ground, located in the Jornada del Mutirao Desert, about 35 miles southeast of Sorcero, New Mexico. In this setting of this implosion-designed plutonium device, the same method used in the Fat Man device dropped on Nagasaki, ushered an atomic age and the eventual arms race between the United States and Russia. Only a handful of people were aware that this photo was cropped before it was ever released to the public, and now they're all dead. One of them was the original photographer, who gave the author a copy of the original on the condition that it be kept out of the public eye until such a time that citizens of the world could handle the ramifications of what it depicts. The author remains uncertain whether this criteria has been met, but given that he likely owns the last extant copy, he has decided his responsibility rests with the truth. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on but no bedding, running water and a toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised falsely that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past. And the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones and one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think that they could win the trust of their experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers were suspecting that this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior is how the other captives reacted to it. Or rather, how they didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart and smeared them page after page with their own feces and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped, so did the whispering in the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were still working, since they thought it was impossible that no sound could be coming from the 5 people. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 people must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced,
"We are opening the chamber door to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom."
To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice respond,
"We no longer wish to be freed."
Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber door at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed with the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately the voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of their loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was open and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call that state of any of them life. The food rations past I-5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth, as researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most of them were all self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the rib cage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin of most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the rib cage. All the blood vessels and organs had remained intact, but they were just taken out and laid on the floor, thinning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of a few days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still many refused to return to the chamber to remove the subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fell asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. His heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he bled out to the point where there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in his reach, just repeating the word, "More! More!" over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas and demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative that they had given him to prepare him for surgery. He fought furiously against the restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through the 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even through the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had triple normal the level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force of his own muscles he had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. With his vocal cords destroyed, he was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctantly, that they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with the remain of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically impossible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and a pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why had they injured themselves, why had they ripped out their own guts, and why did they want the gas? Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced and they were placed back into the chamber awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that the gas was back on. It was obvious that at this point all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might, first left, then right, then left again for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off of his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes they flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the same time his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as the 3 researchers. One of the 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to the bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. "I will not be locked in here with those things! Not with you!" he screamed at the man strapped to the table. "What are you?" he demanded. "I must know!" The subject smiled.
"Have you forgotten so easily?"
The subject asked.
"We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go into the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread."
The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out.
"So nearly free."
Post 1, March 16th, 2010. Did anyone else play Sims when they were young? It was such a fantastic game. Wasn't it fun to have a wife or a husband, kids, a job, and a jacuzzi in your bedroom? Good times. Anyway, I have this weird problem with my game, and I was kind of hoping one of you guys could help me with it. So recently, I got the game off eBay for £1. There weren't that many bidders, and I was willing to pay to bring back an old childhood memory. After I installed the game, I immediately launched it. After playing the tutorial to remind me of the game's controls, I made a sim. I called him David, and gave him the cancer personality. Then I moved him into a lot. I made him a cute little bungalow and gave him a job in the medical career. On the 7th sim day, I finally got him married to a sim called Truce. Things were going well, and by the 11th sim day, my sim had 2 children, Matt and Lisa. On the 15th day, David was at work and the kids were in school. Truce was the only one in the house, and her hunger levels were low, so I decided to make her cook dinner. Just as she was cooking, David arrived, and he went over to his wife to greet her, and the next thing you know, the oven was on fire. Upon being set alight, the flames instantly spread and engulfed Truce. By the time the firemen arrived, Truce was already just a pile of ash. After the firemen extinguished the flames, a box came up that said Truce died in a fire. I was frustrated by this, but I carried on with my game. Strangely, instead of doing obvious things like taking a shower or cooking a meal or whatever in his free will state, all he would do was mourn. Of course, if I were to command him to do something, he would do it, but then he would go straight back to mourning. The kids didn't do the same thing, though, and by the time it was night, I sent all my Sims to bed. At 0:36, I heard David scream. I set the game to normal speed and went to him. He was in bed, tossing and turning. He was still doing that horrible scream. I set him as my active sim to check his activity, and instead of showing a picture of a bed and the word sleep, there was a picture of his wife. When I highlighted the picture, the word truce came up. I tried to cancel it, but I couldn't do anything other than watch him scream in his sleep. I haven't seen this before, and I was puzzled. Regardless, I felt bad for him. I mean, he lost his wife. It's natural to see him do this. Well, in real life, that would be true too. But this is The Sims, not real life. So, if any of you guys have ever encountered this problem or have a solution, please contact me. Post 2, March 17th, 2010. Thanks for the feedback, but none of your suggestions have worked. The same thing happened today. Mourning all day and then screaming at night. I've also noticed that when my sim is in the nightmare state, his fun, comfort, and social always plummet. I've also sent a private message to the guy who gave me a copy, but he hasn't replied. Keep sending solutions, though. I might find one that works. Thank you. Post 3, March 19th, 2010. Okay, after this post, I'm closing this topic. I just can't take any more of this. So, on the 18th day, he woke up and just sort of stood there, just twitching and shaking. His mood bars were static, but when I commanded him to do something, the game would instantly cancel the activity. When the time hit around 20 hours, he started walking. Well, when I say walk, I mean he would stumble awkwardly as if he was freezing cold or being watched. He went up to Matt and grabbed him. He screamed in horror as David dragged him into his bedroom and threw him onto the bed. My eyes widened as I saw David pull out a kitchen knife. He pounced on Matt and started swinging the blade back and forth into Matt's chest. Blood was being splattered in all directions, and you could see David pulling Matt's intestines out. Matt's scream was now but a faint mumble. David stood up from the bed as Matt's body twitched and bled. Suddenly, I realized about Lisa. When I activated her, the plumb bob went to the cupboard, and the activity said that she was hiding. I saw David go for the cupboard, and he paused. Then the screen went black and my game crashed. My desktop background had changed to pictures of Matt and Lisa, which were black and white. I'm gonna uninstall this game now, and I thank everyone for their suggestions, but I'm not sure whether I can ever play a Sims game again. If there's one day in my life that has defined me, it has to be back when I was a younger lad. Let me give a bit of background, though. I started seeing these things moving out of the corner of my eye. Now, seeing something move slightly out of my line of vision didn't really bother me that much. Even the noises while I was trying to sleep didn't throw me off that much. I mean, my upstairs neighbors are some of the weirdest people I've ever met. One edited his apartment to be able to do javelin, and the other one was a Peruvian flute player. I'm getting a bit off topic, though. So, after 3 days of seeing these things moving out of the corner of my eye, I started seeing things move completely out of my vision of sight. Like, one time during work, I was standing up in my cubicle talking to Fred in the next cubicle over. I looked up over at the hallway that led from the office to the stairs, and as I looked over, I saw a purple blur move from one side of the hall down the hallway out of view. My heart nearly stopped. After seeing this a few more times, I came to the conclusion that a weird guy in a purple suit was stalking me. The noises at night got louder and more terrifying. After a week or so of that, I started hearing a voice at night that was quiet and heavily mumbled. Using what was left of my sanity, I came to the conclusion that it was just my weird neighbors being weird. Until the second night of whispering. It said my name! In a strange voice in a location that couldn't be found, it said,
Wally.
It was faint, but after that, it just got louder and louder. After the 5th night of whispering, I went to my friend's house where some of my friends were going for a small party. My 5 nights of no sleep was obvious to my friends. They were worried about me, but I assured them that it was just some stress. I was trying to make myself sound less crazy than my friends already knew that I was. After a bit of drinking in our extreme D&D match, which I kicked ass at, I looked out the window. Standing there was that purple motherfucker who kept fucking with me. It wore a dark purple suit and had tons of dots on it. Though their colors I couldn't figure out, it wasn't his suit that caught my eye, it was his face. Or the lack of it. As I blinked, he was gone. I jumped off the couch in a panic. My friends were finally able to calm me down after a bit. I was able to fall asleep being that there was no noise tonight, not a creak, not a scratch or a whisper. Thank God. After waking up on my day off, I realized I needed some groceries. I walked down to the Walmart. As soon as I got there, I was surprised to see that there weren't many people there. The parking lot was full as usual, but inside there was no one. Though this should have sent off red flags, for some reason my brain came up with, thank fuck, no stupid people to deal with. As I went about myself, grabbing everything on the list as my usual day of shopping goes, I started to feel that something was off. I started sweating and my heart was pumping like really fast. In my haze of stupidity, I just passed it off as being hot. It wasn't until I was one aisle away from my last item that my brain started working. Wait a minute. It's Saturday. This place should be packed, and it's the second day of the month. I grabbed the sauerkraut as my adrenaline started kicking in. I ran as fast as I could down the rows of food until I ran into something. I hit it like a brick wall. I went flying into a nearby rack of toys. As I waved about trying to defend myself, I grabbed a handle and started swinging the item that had fallen on me as a weapon. As I started knocking things away, I thought I had defeated the monster. But when I opened my eyes, there was nothing there. And the weapon I was using was a wiffle ball bat, and the monster I thought was attacking me was some toys that I knocked out of the way in confusion. I stood up and looked at the exit. There was the doors that led outside as normal, but I couldn't see anything outside. It was pitch black. My brain came to the quick conclusion that probably meant death. My feet figured out the same thing as I was running down the rows as fast as I could to the tools and hoped to find some sort of weapon. I heard the same voice as I had heard during my sleep. It was high-pitched, and this time it was echoing loud. It boomed across the whole store.
Run fast you want, Paulie, but you'll never escape.
I was only 1 or 2 rows away from the tool section. When I finally reached the row, I slid down to the middle of the row and grabbed the first thing that survival horror games taught me to use as a weapon. A crowbar! I turned around and swung the crowbar as hard as I could, hitting my target hard. The hit made my hand sting in pain and I dropped the weapon. I fell back to the ground as I looked up at my nightmare fuel. It stood around 8 feet tall in a purple suit. The suit was covered in different colored polka dots. It wore a hat and it had a band with colors of the rainbow that had a single cartoonish red flower in the band. He reached up with his purple glove and tilted his hat from being down so I could see his face. His face was completely white with no facial features, except on his face was drawn rather large black eyes and a drawn-on mouth that showed no emotion. His long, slender body started to slightly move. His drawn-on mouth and eyes started moving. He had pupils in his large black eyes. His mouth turned into a huge smile. He looked down at me. I was frozen in fear from the thing that was, well, splendor. He said in a rather high-pitched voice,
Oh yeah.
He then cleared his throat while holding up one of his long, slender fingers. After he finished, he said in a louder voice,
Hi, I'm the Slender Man.
His voice echoed throughout the store. Then, the Candyman song started playing. Except, Candyman was changed from Candyman to Splendor Man.
The Slender Man can.
It went on for about 3 minutes until it finally stopped. He kept the same happy stare at me the whole time. After the song finished, I was trembling, covered in sweat and fear. After a minute, I finally said, What's the Splendor Man? He chuckled, grabbed me by the hand, and pulled me to my feet. Looking at me with the same happy expression, blackness slowly surrounded us. All I could see was his face. His voice dropped low, and he said in almost a whisper,
I'm your fears, your nightmares, and the darkest corners of the world.
He then looked down at his hand. In his hand, he was holding a 4x4 card. He then muttered to himself,
Pause for dramatic effect.
Swinging his arms up and hitting me to the floor, he yelled in a high-pitched voice,
I'm Slender Man, yay!
His voice echoed about the store again. The Splendor Man song started playing again. Suddenly, I got a rush of courage. I stood up and I yelled, Stop!
What, the music?
Yes, Splendor Man, the music.
You're not finding this funny?
Not really. He suddenly looked really sad. Then he threw a taco at my face. I stumbled back and said, What the fuck? Splendor Man was laughing his ass off. He then put his ass back on, and I wiped away the taco and I yelled, Why the hell did you do that?
Because it was random, and any 7th grade girl would tell you that that is the height of comedy.
XD. He literally made that face. I'm not kidding. Actual texting face. He then finished his sentence with a twirl and then started eating a flying pancake hat. Just because some teenage girls find it funny doesn't actually make it funny. He then dropped his flying whatever the fuck, and then his face turned into a texting sad face. Like, there's no other way to describe it. It literally turned into a texting sad face. He then slapped me. My weak and fragile body fell to the floor. He burst out laughing. I got up and brushed myself off. After a minute or so, he stopped laughing, looked down at me, and made a look of disapproval.
You don't like slapstick either? What's wrong with you?
Nothing, but that's besides the point. Where am I, and what's a Splendor Man?
Well, I'm the Slender Man. I'm this sort of demon thing that does this bidding of the devil. Maybe you've heard of my more popular brother, Slender Man?
Oh yeah, that shitty game that no one would stop talking about for a month, and then everyone forgot about it.
Finally! Someone who agrees Slender Man was the poo-poo game.
Why'd you say poo? You know I don't care, right? Where am I?
Purgatory!
In confusion, I said, What Walmart is purgatory? That doesn't even make sense.
Oh, but Polly, it does.
How?
Well, it's evil. Yeah, let's go with that.
What's so evil about it?
Gosh darn it, Polly. Can you just enjoy the randomness? Walmart is purgatory. That's comedy gold.
Well, I mean, I guess I could see some good witty humor in that, but there's no good writer who could exploit that.
Oh, Polly, you must love breaking the fourth wall.
Oh, no, it was just observation. Then a loud booming voice echoed.
Did someone mention breaking the fourth wall?
I fell back to the ground and started to tremble in fear. I then yelled, Who is that?
You're dumb. That's the writer of this fair story. You ask too many questions and stutter too much.
Yeah, I wrote him after all my fears of gay Slender Man and my social anxieties.
Slender Man replied,
I am not gay, you donkey turd.
As the Slender Man fought with the author, I spaced out in his own little world. I thought about the situation. Why? Why was I here? Did I do something to piss off God? Maybe not believing in him, but that wouldn't be enough to upset him enough to stick me with this annoying gay Slender Man, right? I was awoken from my mind nap when Slender Man picked me up by the throat. He mumbled,
Let's get this over with.
I choked out,
Like I said, Polly, you ask too many questions.
now in a sadder voice. Slender Man carried me all the way to the exit and dropped me onto the comfortable floor.
Polly, you're deader than a metaphor that the author is too lazy to make.
Completely shocked, I stuttered, No.
Sorry, Paul, but you got hit by a bus on your way to Walmart. Ha! You became a statistic.
But I can't be dead.
Yes, you can, you idiot. Apparently you were so low on the totem pole that I had to do the job instead of my brothers.
He then motioned for me to have some flying pancake cat. But
I can't do a thing, Polly.
Slender Man then slapped me.
I can't, Paul.
The booming voice then returned.
Wait! I just realized we can't kill him off.
What?
Well, he's the one telling the story. It wouldn't make any sense.
But this barely resolves it either.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do with the plot, so you guys just wing it for a bit while I think this through.
I was very happy about this. The fact that I was gonna live. I was smiling ear to ear. Slender Man then exploded.
No, must not swear. Must be kind and lovable. I just want to be random and loved. But no, my story gets hijacked by some donkey turd of an author.
The author returned.
Okay, I figured it out.
What?
Paul could be your proxy.
Slender Man then stood there with his mouth open and shocked. The author then started again.
Well, it makes sense. Since this is pretty much a self-insert fanfic, I mean, it just made sense.
But
Slender Man replied angrily.
Do you want to be loved by random 7th grade girls?
fine.
Slender Man said in a sad voice. I cut in. I get to live?
Yeah, Polly, you get to live.
I was pretty damn happy. Slender Man then gave me a face like this. You know, it was one of those weird, half-smile texting faces. You know, it doesn't matter. Slender Man then snapped his fingers and we were on a rooftop overlooking the city. Will I get to learn how to do that?
What? No, this is only for the people who like ransom.
Oh, so that's how the British won World War II.
What?
Never mind. So what's the first job? Slender Man pulled the laptop out of his pocket. He opened it to a website called MrCreepyPasta. He then said,
We have to protect this amazingly funny and smart pasta called Bloody Fruit Loops of Death from all these haters, especially this dirty birdie T-Tiger 10.
Wait, did you just make an obscure reference?
Yeah, of course. Obscure references are hilarious. Not as much as slapstick or ransom, but still pretty good.
I was about to disagree when he slapped me and then burst into a long laugh. I got back up and he laughed for 20 good minutes. When he stopped, I said to him, obscure references aren't that funny because if people don't get them, they feel left out.
You need to shut up! You donkey poo! Random and slapstick and obscure references are the height of humor. You are just being a loser, hipster hater who has no life.
I sighed. This is gonna be a long eternity.
Same here, Polly. Same here.
Ducklings don't belong in the Scottish Highlands, and roses don't belong on a Ford Mustang. That sound foolish to you? People say and do foolish things all the time. Sometimes a person will do foolish things in the name of bravado. Sometimes a man will say foolish things for love. Sometimes a man will do foolish things and say foolish things to convince his friends or himself of something that isn't true.
Those aforementioned foolish and reckless and invariably stupid things will almost land the guilty man and those he drags along with him into a hot mess of trouble. Sometimes they end up in prison or hurt or dead. In other cases, they end up breaking something inside, some mental temple holding up the fragile canvas top that makes up their sanity. We take that sanity for granted, those of us who have it. We pride ourselves on how sound of mind we are, how easily we're able to function and integrate into status quo and take our places in the great cog machine that is society. We mock those who can't do the same, use the word crazy as a purgator of throw, and around colorful crass phrases like mad as the Hatter or nuttier than a squirrel turds. Those who live on antipsychotics or who aren't Those who live on antipsychotics aren't really broken, we think. They collect disability checks, or crazy checks, and we cast them off as lazy, worthless sponges who use mental illness as a way to get out of working like the rest of us, or out of legal trouble in which they found themselves. Oftentimes, we never stop to consider that they might actually be genuinely broken, that they might have been pushed past some proverbial line in the sand, something that drove them to the point of no return, circumstances beyond their control. Daddies who beat them with belts and called them sissies, uncles who molested them for years, cheating spouses, children lost in car crashes, freak accidents. When you stop and think about it, it isn't that difficult to push a person to that point. The tether that keeps us from floating into the ether of insanity is as frail as a spider web. We teeter each and every day on the abyss, keeping a precarious balance and hoping that nothing happens that would send us over the edge. What we fail to take into account is that the universe has a cruel, sometimes downright sadistic sense of humor. Some call it irony. Some call it God's will, and that he works in mysterious ways. Call it what you like. Most people don't take this dark, twisted sense of universal humor into account, either because they don't want to see it or because their hubris won't allow them to do so. Take this as an example. There was a girl who came from Germany to America as an exchange student. She dreamed her whole life of being a prima ballerina. She put everything she had into proving her worth as a dancer and into earning the top marks in school. Through her, as the expression goes, blood, sweat, and tears, she pursued her ambition as tirelessly as a cheetah pursues a three-legged gazelle. Her every single walking movement was taken up it, to the point where it almost became an obsession for her. However, obsession or not, the prestigious Juilliard School in New York accepted her for the fall semester, and she was ecstatic. It seemed like all of her dreams were coming true. Then came that terrible black irony. The day before graduation, she was out riding in a car with her friends. Nothing so unusual about that, is there? They were celebrating the end of high school, the end of childhood, the realization of her dreams. The celebration came to an abrupt and unwelcome end when the car smashed into a tree. Everyone except Fraulein Ballerina escaped with only minor scratches. Both of Fraulein Ballerina's ankles were snapped and mangled to such a degree that she had to have reconstructive surgery. With time to heal, she'd one day be able to walk again without the aid of crutches. But her dream of being a ballerina? Well, we'll call that the one fatality that the car accident could claim. Little Helga would never dance again. At least not professionally. Isn't that one of the worst things you've ever heard? In those moments, it would be easy for the jaded amongst us to blame God, to point fingers at the heavens, curse him, and say that surely such a terrible accident, a ballerina losing her ankles the day before graduation, couldn't be mere coincidence. It would be even easier for the faithful to dismiss it all and say that God was working in those mysterious ways I mentioned earlier, that he had a plan for her. What plan? No idea. His mysterious plan is always mysteriously unspoken and full of mysterious mysteries. What was clear was that he had to snap her ankles. Otherwise, she'd just go off and follow her dreams, and it would be much harder to get her to fall in line with his unknown plan. It would be understandable if a person got angry at such a thing and told them to send an email next time. Perhaps it was just a chain of circumstances that started with her climbing into that car that day, and God had nothing to do with it. Perhaps it was a man's highway infrastructure, and a man's automobiles, and a man's lack of consideration or regard for each other that ultimately led to such a cruel turn of events. Regardless, when things happen like that and people are just pushed beyond their ability to rationalize or internalize or to deny, the temples begin to snap. They become these so-called monsters. Monsters. That's such a dismissive word. Just like evil. Evil monsters. He murdered 30. Evil monster. She drove the school bus into a river. Evil monster. They went to the school and shot 12 classmates and a teacher. Evil monsters. We refuse to entertain the thought that something, even something small, might have pushed them over the edge. And why should we? It's easy to deny the abyss until we fall into it ourselves. Not all broken people are evil, and not all monsters are creatures from storybooks, from Stephen King novels and Lovecraftian nightmares. Some monsters are made. I see you looking at me. You think I'm talking about me? Or maybe you think I'm a monster and should be talking about myself. I am not a monster. The other one, the bad one, she was the monster. I don't know why she did it. I think her temple snapped a long time ago. Her circus tent came tumbling down. In the end, it doesn't matter much anyway. I'm never going to get out of this prison in which I found myself. I'll be stuck here forever. I'll die here and be buried here. The world will forget about me. Whatever. There's no reason for anyone to remember me anyway. I think it's better that way. I no longer want to be remembered, not like this. Not the way I am now. I want to be forgotten, to be blown away. Kansas once said that we're dust in the wind, and I find strange peace in that. One day, Jacob Julius Jameson, or 3J as my friends used to call me, will be forgotten to the sands of time. I won't even be a footnote in history. And when history forgets me, they forget what I've been accused of doing with the other one, what she actually did. And when history forgets that, well, I guess that means history also forgives it. Is that tape recorder rolling? Guess I get to tell this story again. I began my life in the upper middle class neighborhood of Boogle Heights, a ridiculous name for a neighborhood whose local homeowners association enforced the rules with such strictness that it could be best described as dogmatic and overzealous. It wasn't unusual for lawns to be checked with measuring tape to ensure they weren't so much as a millimeter over the limit. The most minute details of external home maintenance were mandatory. Excessive fallen leaves during autumn resulted in reprimands and threats of fines. The neighborhood was strict, yet there was a feeling of safety for those of us who grew up there. It was order, normalcy, sanity. Somewhere beyond the walls of our beloved gated community there was crime, but to me these were little more than scary stories repeated on the evening news. Our subdivision was a haven, a safe sheltered port of call in the midst of stormy and chaotic sea. Drive-by shootings and rape, murder and liquor store robberies, these were realities for others, but not for children who were kept a strict curfew of 8 p.m. on school nights and 9 p.m. on weekdays and holidays. My best friend during those 18 years, those controlled and closely patrolled streets protected, was my neighbor, Thomas Durham. Thomas was everything that I never aspired to be. Popular, athletic, masculine. He was popular with the ladies as early as 4th grade, when it was big news on the playground that he and Katie Miller kissed behind the bushes. Some even whispered that he had shown her his wiener. She would neither confirm nor deny this. She always responded, "Don't be gross." When I asked him about it, he turned a bright red and wouldn't say anything. In every way, Thomas was the all-American boy. He was every apple pie-eating hometown hero who ever was. He was a patriot. Well, once he was old enough to know what that meant.
He was a proud Boy Scout and he loved his mama. In stark contrast, I was none of those things. While he was Mr. Popularity, I was more than happy to have but a single friend. I despised everything that resembled sports machismo. Saluting my flag seemed like an empty and meaningless gesture, and showing girls my wiener? Perish the thought. I lacked any interest in the fairer sex long after I started growing a tuft of pubic hair and waking up each morning with a throbbing erection. I knew I was gay by the time I was 13. To all outside parties, Thomas and I could not be more of an odd pair. That we managed to sustain such a mismatched yet deeply close friendship for so many years without such a single quarrel baffled some and even led others to believe that during our mid-teenage years that we might be lovers. Though this was something I wished in secret, Thomas never showed any sign to me that he had any interest in boys. If anything, his heterosexuality grew more pronounced the older we became. By the time we were 15, it was rumored that the first girl he'd ever kissed, Katie Miller, had let him go all the way with her. It was the wiener thing all over again, but escalated. She denied ever doing this, and he, ever the gentleman, confirmed to everyone that it was only a rumor. It was one of the things that I adored the most about him. He'd had an opportunity to become a legend among our peers and let people believe he had banged a girl before he received his learner's permit, but he chose to take the high road. "If I ever find out who started that goddamn rumor, I'm gonna kill him," Thomas told me about a week later. We were sitting on the school bus on the way home. He was sitting directly behind me, and the rage in his voice was unmistakable. I turned and stared at him, my expression blank. "Why do you think people do stuff like that?" I asked. "To be assholes," Thomas said. Thomas, to the best of my knowledge, never actually kicked anyone's ass, but Katie became a close friend to both of us. She became the voice of reason, the Hermione Granger to our Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. To their credit, Katie and Thomas never allowed their friendship to turn into anything more. I don't know if it was because they were afraid it would spark new rumors, or if the experience that had brought her permanently into our lives had snuffed out any romantic spark between them. Not that there had really been much of a spark anyway, but Thomas was a boy of action. When he felt something needed to be done, he did it. If it was something that he couldn't change, then he would attempt to find someone who could help. If it was something that no one can change, or something so far out of his sphere of influence that his voice would be ignored, he would just let it go. Katie was the polar opposite. While big on common sense and great with a word of advice, she was all talk and little walk when it came to the issues. She crowded loudly about human rights and about dignity and political correctness, yet she did nothing about it. She posted frequently on Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat. She wrote a weekly column on Blogger about injustice and the unseen suffering masses. She was what the internet community mockingly refers to as an SJW, a social justice warrior. Social justice warriors, a mocking term for those who complain about societal issues from behind the safety of a keyboard, but do little to nothing to resolve the issue. And she was one of the biggest, in fact. She fought a brave fight for gay rights. She fought for the rights of the Syrian refugees. She fought for the defeat of Donald Trump in the 2016 election. And she did it all from behind the anonymity of her screen name and almost exclusively through comments, rants, and snide remarks. She felt at the time that what she was doing was important, something great. It seemed, well, to her at least, as though she was a part of a movement that would be written in the history books. Our generation would be remembered alongside Harriet Tubman and Martin Luther King. And our war cry, our marching chant as we goose-stepped onto the battlefield: marriage equality, immigration reform, weapon ban, presidential accountability. And I think that our generation will be remembered, though not with the fondness of which people like Katie dream, not with the greatness of the civil rights leaders of the past. We will be remembered as fools who listened to terrible music, wore bad haircuts, bitched a lot, and did very little. That was Katie to a T. Although Katie, as I found out over the next 3 years, was rather adept at reading people. That was one of her positive traits. She was the first person who correctly deduced that I was in love with Thomas. "You should tell him," she said to me one day while I was sitting alone at the bleachers, watching him during football practice. "Tell him what?" I asked. "That you're in love with him," she said with a smile. I stared at her for several moments, the blank and bored expression on my face never changing before I looked away. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "I think you do," she replied, her voice kind and supportive. "Jacob,
I've seen the way you look at him. I've seen the sadness and anxiety in your eyes every time he shows up with a new girlfriend. You're imagining things, I said. Am I? She asked. So you're telling me that you came out here and watched him practice because you enjoy it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you always saying how much you hate athletics and machismo? Maybe I'm just being supportive, I said. Maybe I show up to be a good friend. Maybe, she echoed. Maybe that's it. We both know it isn't. You don't have to lie to me, Jacob. I'm not going to spill your secret. I'm just worried about you. On the field, the whistle blew and the players began their march back to the locker room. I tried not to imagine them in the nude, their bodies lathered with soap and glistening beneath the fluorescent lights. I tried. I failed. Why are you worried? I asked. What difference does it make? Because you need to tell him, she said. His answer might surprise you. At this, I did turn to look at her. Did you ever wonder why he's always parading around with a new girl but never lost his virginity? She asked. Why those girls never seem to be with him more than a couple of weeks? He's the most desirable boy in town. He could have had it with just about any girl he wanted as far back as 7th grade. So why hasn't he? I rasped, my voice all of a sudden as dry and as rough as gravel. Think about it, she said with a smile. She got to her feet. Then go talk to him. With that, she walked away. I left right after she did, but I didn't go home. I needed some time alone to figure things out. I ducked into the trees right across from the school and took the path down to the old drain pipe. My head was full of heavy thoughts. A loud and overwhelming hurricane of ideas were all jumbled together. They all cried out in deafening voices, each demanding to be heard over the other. Was Katie trying to tell me that Thomas was in love with me? Or was she just encouraging me to find out? Was Thomas so skilled at hiding his sexuality that I'd somehow missed it for all these years? Was he in love with me? Did he somehow know that I was in love with him? These relentless questions were battering at me and chipping away at me little by little. I felt anxiety growing and my composure slipping. Sure, I'd dreamed of this possibility many times over the years. But, oh, how I'd fantasized as a boy of Thomas, coming into my room in tears, telling me that he couldn't hide it anymore. In these dreams, the end result varied. If I was dreaming in public somewhere, he'd only kiss me and I'd kiss him back. If I was alone in the privacy of my room, the kissing would lead to passionate lovemaking. I would picture him on top of me, sweat beading from his forehead as he thrust into me again and again. I would claw at his back and moan his name as his boyhood probed inside of me. It was a fantasy romp very much like the one that led me to have my first orgasm at the age of 14. Still, fantasy is all it was and all it would ever be. Unless you do something about it, I heard Katie say, somewhere in the back of my head. All of these things could happen if you just tell him. I can't, I replied. Someday he will find someone, Katie warned, and when he does, your heart will be more broken because you'll never know if it could have been you. She was right. I knew she was right. I needed to tell him. I knew our friendship was strong and that even if he didn't reciprocate my romantic feelings, it wouldn't destroy us. I had to know. I couldn't wait any longer. I knocked on his front door, but no one answered. It was Friday night, which meant it was date night for his folks. He was usually home by this time, though. I figured he probably just went out for pizza with the guys or something. No big deal. I could just let myself in. I mean, after 16 years, I was like a member of his family. I could just wait for him in his room. I walked into the backyard and retrieved the key from under the rock where they always kept it hidden. I unlocked the back door, walked across the kitchen and through the living room, and made my way upstairs. The upper landing of Thomas's house consisted of 3 rooms. A single shared bathroom, a master bedroom, and a secondary bedroom. The master and secondary bedrooms were joined by a large walk-in closet slotted with doors at both ends. One half was reserved for Thomas, the other half for his parents. Thomas had been chastised or punished many times during their childhood for allowing his things to end up on his parents' side of the closet. Thomas's room was a testament to everything boy. Sports trophies, dirty laundry, muscle car pin-ups, complete with the bikini-clad pimbos, and
empty Gatorade bottles, and of course an unmade and dirty bed. I sat on this filthy bed, then curled up on it and brought the blanket to my face. I breathed it in, the smell of Thomas. It was a manly scent. A scent of gases, of sweat, of dirt, and cologne. I let myself believe in that moment that it might all be true. Thomas loved me. He would come in and we'd talk. I'd confess. He'd admit that he felt the same way. We'd share a tear-soaked hug that would turn into a kiss. And then we'd make love right here on these gassy, sweaty Old Spice blankets. I smiled at the thought and clicked off the light. I lay there in the dark, thinking about Thomas and all that we'd been through. How should I approach this situation? Should I have a lead-in? Should I just cut right to the point and throw myself at him? That would certainly surprise him. Speaking of surprises, if he came home and found me on his bed in the dark, my hands down in my pants, how long had that been in there? Oh, he'd be surprised, all right. But it might not be a pleasant surprise either. He might find it a little weird. Not a good way to start things off. Maybe there was a better way. Maybe I could work the surprise into it. Then it hit me. I'd hide in the closet. Save the wisecracks about a gay man being in the closet, if you please. I would jump out and scare him. He'd be mad at me at first, but we'd end up both laughing about it. We'd done it to each other loads of times. That would get us horsing around again. And that would give me the opportunity to steer the conversation towards, well, us. I stepped into the closet and pulled the door shut behind me. I crouched there in the dark for no more than 2 minutes, giggling and thinking of the look on his face. Then the headlights illuminated his room, and I heard the unmistakable rumble of his car in the driveway. The mechanical whir of the garage door followed, and then all fell silent. I expected as much. His father had done it several years back. He had this idea of turning it into a recording studio, but the project had been abandoned when the ever-diligent Homeowners Association reminded him that every home with a garage was required to have a functioning automatic door. Disabling it to turn it into a soundproof studio wall was a violation of his contract. From downstairs, a door closed. There were footsteps on the stairs. Too many footsteps. Someone was with him. I heard voices. One of them was distinctly female. "Are you sure your parents will be gone all night?" the girl asked. "Positive," Thomas said. "They stopped outside of his bedroom. We'll be all alone." A sound of kissing, then giggling. "Let's go to your parents' room," the girl suggested. "I bet they have a nicer bed." "I don't know," he said. It's kinda... I don't... Please?" she purred. She did something that made him grunt in pleasure and give in. Their voices moved toward the bigger room. I decided I'd wait for them to get closer to the other room, then I'd step out of the closet and make my way out of the house. No point in wondering anymore if Thomas was straight or not. His voice was still full of lust and desire. I heard them enter the master's suite, and I took it as my cue to leave. I pushed on the closet door, but it wouldn't budge. The door had been closed completely, snapping the latch into place. The only way to disengage the latch was to turn the handle on the other side. What was I to do? I couldn't get through Thomas's side of the closet, and I certainly couldn't walk through the master bedroom without causing a terrible scene and looking like a complete creep. He wouldn't be in the mood to hear my excuses for hiding in his closet. And even if I'd be willing to take the hit in reputation to respect his privacy, my panic had cost me too much time. The girl, for reasons I will never know, took 2 extra seconds before falling onto the bed to secure the closet from the master side. I was trapped between the rooms with no way to get out. I thought it couldn't possibly get worse. And then it did. The sounds began, the kissing, the sighing. Thomas admitted to her that he'd never. She said neither had she. Then she asked him to undo the clasps on her bra. There was more sounds of heavy breathing, more sounds of kissing. I dared to peek through the slats. I don't know if it was morbid curiosity, or the anxiety of not knowing how long before the moaning and grunting began, or the ache of my broken heart driving me to perverse desperation. No matter the reason, I could see more clearly than I wanted to, and what I saw... Jesus, what I saw... I began to go lightheaded and disconnected, almost as though I was watching myself watching them.
Thomas was in nothing but his boxers, and she was in nothing at all. She was doing something with her mouth that would be inappropriate to mention in polite conversation. He moaned and closed his eyes. Wait, how long have I been hard? And how long have I been fondling myself? God, I want you, he said. So take me. She said, there's only one thing left to do. I refuse to describe what happened next. In all honesty, it's hard for me to remember. I think I blacked out because my memories become hazy. The next thing I recall, their coitus was over. I was shivery all over and my face was soaked with tears. At some point, I'd ejaculated all over the carpet, all over the back door, all over the high-heeled shoes and what looked like an expensive set of golf clubs. I sank to the floor as they engaged in pillow dog. I fought like hell to keep myself from sobbing. After what seemed like forever, they got moving again. He said he needed to take her home and clean the place up before his parents got back. Then, as almost an afterthought, Jacob came by the field during football practice today. Again. Why did he make it sound like such a big deal? I heard weirdness in his voice and a loud sigh, like he was talking about someone he didn't like. Who's Jacob? I could hear them getting dressed. This kid who lives next door, the weird one. The weird kid who lives next door? Was he too ashamed to call me his best friend? Was he ashamed of me? I didn't understand. Silence from her. And then, oh, the gay one. Right. Yeah, the gay one, Thomas said. He's like crazy in love with me. That's sweet, she said. No, it isn't, Thomas snapped. It's gross and it's creepy. I felt cold inside. That two-faced traitor. Because he's gay? She asked. She seemed mad now. I don't care that he's gay, he replied. He's weird. It would be a cold day in hell before he could ever suck my dick. The latch on the closet door clicked. I ducked behind a pile of stuffed animals. I'd suck your dick again if you want, she said, and then giggled. Thomas opened the door just far enough to toss in his duffel bag full of football gear, and then he shut it again. He didn't even see the cum hanging from the slats like wet streamers. Tammy, don't be gross, he said. The bedroom door closed behind them, and I heard them walking down the stairs. Everything was going in reverse. The door that opened in garage, then the garage door opening, then the revving of Thomas's car. The house went silent after that. It was in this moment that I finally allowed myself to cry. I cried harder than I ever have in my life. I sat naked on the floor of the closet and bawled. Why had Katie encouraged me to do this? Why couldn't she have just left me well enough alone? What Thomas and I had worked fine for 15 years before she came into our lives. The only reason I saw my best friend lose his virginity to who? Who was that whore? Something inside felt loose. Something inside was rattling. Something inside was rumbling like storm clouds. The abyss was calling. After I freed myself from that closet, I went home and cried. I tried to calm down the storm inside of me, the typhoon of heartbreak that I felt was destroying me. I called Katie and I told her what happened. She was upset just like I was. She told me everything was going to be okay. That she'd take care of it. I thought she meant she was going to talk to Thomas at school. I had no idea she was going to kill him. That's when you decided to kill him, Dr. Rathjib said, looking at Jacob over her spectacles. You killed him, Jacob. It had been 3 years since the bloodbath at Boggle Heights. 1 year since he'd been sentenced to spend the rest of his life in psychiatric care. I didn't kill him, Jacob shouted. I would never hurt him. Jacob, no! It was Katie, he insisted. She got mad because she knew Thomas was hiding who he was. She knew that betting the Tammy whore was just a way to bury his feelings for me. I never asked her to hurt him. I didn't want her to hurt him. He was my best friend. Katie killed Thomas because he had sex with Tammy to disguise his feelings for you? Obviously. Rathjib sighed. It was the same old thing. These therapy sessions with Jacob never went anywhere. She'd like to consider herself not a good doctor, but a great doctor. She had done groundbreaking work, had published 3 books, had testified before more courts in more countries than she could even begin to count, but Jacob, though. Jacob was a tough nut to crack. She didn't want to call him hopeless, but they'd made no progress in the year they'd been talking. Every session almost ended the exact same way. He'd tell her the same story about how he'd been close to his friend Thomas. By the time he was done, he always pinned the blame back on Katie, and he'd always had this massive, unconcealable erection. Sometimes he would fondle it, and she'd have to ask him to stop. She tried once, and only once, to help him progress by telling him the honest truth, from the beginning to end. He reacted violently, and he called her a lying bitch, and for the next 3 weeks he refused to say a word. "It isn't true," was the first thing he said when he started speaking again. "Don't ever tell me those lies again." The lies were documented in an exhaustive detail in his case file, in the tabloid magazines, on murder enthusiast websites, and 2 books written about the events. 3J was indeed raised in Boogle Heights next to a boy named Thomas. They'd had a friendship when they were very young, but something about Jacob didn't sit well with Thomas. He distanced himself from Jacob, but Jacob refused to acknowledge it. Thomas still talked to him in passing, mostly out of pity, but during their 4th grade year, Jacob began to spread rumors that he and Thomas had kissed behind the bushes, and that Thomas had exposed his genitals to him. In truth, there had been no kissing, and it had been Jacob who exposed himself. Thomas had not reacted well to it, and Jacob, in an effort to save face and keep himself from being the subject of ridicule, reversed the story. In later years, he would embellish the story further by removing himself and substituting a girl named Katie. The other children, to their great credit, knew better than to listen to such nonsense and supported Thomas. Thomas's parents came to the school and caused a scene, which led to a conference with Jacob's parents in attendance. It was decided that Jacob would be required to visit a child psychiatrist once a week, and that no further action would be taken if no further incidents occurred. This was not the case. Over the years, Jacob continued to entertain that fantasy that he and Thomas were best friends. At least once a week, he attempted to sit with Thomas during lunch period. Thomas would more often than not ignore him and eat his lunch in silence. Some days he would get up, throw his lunch in the trash, and walk out. In some ways, it reminded Rathjib of Schroeder from Peanuts, playing his piano and doing his best to ignore Lucy. As Jacob entered puberty, he began to exhibit predatory and unsettling behavior. He would brag about how he and Thomas never had a single fight, and that they were as close as 2 people could be. He would even make up random stories about people asking him if Thomas was his lover. In reality, no one thought they were friends, let alone lovers. By the time Jacob was 14, he started showing signs of multiple personality disorder. There were long periods, sometimes 2 weeks or more, where he'd done a long blonde wig in answer to the name of Katie Miller. Katie Miller, according to Katie herself, was best friends with both Jacob and Thomas. She was the Hermione to their Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, respectively. According to Katie Miller, Thomas adored her and had kissed her behind the bushes in 4th grade. Jacob was not allowed in school during his Katie periods. He was kept at home except when he was being seen by a psychiatrist. The school recommended long-term psychiatric care. His doctor recommended the same. The Jamesons did not want their baby boy in what they referred to as the booby hatch. They argued that they were more than capable of taking care of him. It was during these days that the debate over the rights of transgender students was getting heated, and the school board did not want a legal battle on their hands. They agreed to let Jacob remain in school so as long as his behavior did not become threatening and that he remained on his best behavior. Less than 4 months later, Jacob attempted to start a rumor that Thomas and Katie were having sex. Thomas fervently denied it, though he needed not have bothered. No one believed it but Jacob himself. According to reports made by other students, Thomas confronted Jacob about it on the bus, threatening him without actually doing so. "If I ever find out who started this goddamn rumor, I'm gonna kill him." "Why do you think people do stuff like that?" Jacob asked. "To be assholes," Thomas said. This was the last of Jacob's insanity that the Durhams were willing to tolerate. They demanded his removal from school. They threatened to take legal action if Jacob Jameson attended 1 more day of classes. The school by that point did not need to be threatened. They too were tired of the Jameson boy. His expulsion took effect immediately. If the Durhams had placed a restraining order on Jacob like they planned to, everything that followed might have been different. The Jamesons would have been forced to move. Jacob would not have had such easy access to Thomas, and Thomas would probably not have ended up dead. Thomas would even now be away at college. Jacob, nothing but an unpleasant memory for him. Instead, the Durhams let the Jamesons talk them out of it. They all but begged them not to get a restraining order. They'd worked so hard and had gone through so much to obtain their beautiful home in Boogle Heights. A restraining order would force them to sell. Wouldn't they please reconsider? They promised to keep Jacob on a short lease and as far away from Thomas as possible. They'd even restrain him if necessary. They'd get him a long-term care and send him upstate if they found they couldn't handle it. The Durhams should have never given in. Over the next 3 years, the side of him that was Katie became more dominant, and so his parents kept him confined to the house. His outlet was the internet, where Katie set up her own social media pages and became one of the most infamous and obnoxious social justice warriors the internet has ever known. Her screen name, 3J Loves TD, became an unwelcome sight everywhere it popped up, YouTube comments, Reddit posts, and her universally loathed blogger rants. In one of those insane and disjointed diatribes, Katie went on endlessly and erroneously about how no one was fighting for the rights of the insane, and how no one was making any effort to care for and help them. She wrote, "No one, at least no one with whom I came into contact, was crying for the better treatment of the crazies, the broken ones, the shattered ones, the ones in straitjackets and asylums, the ones who had seen or heard things that destroyed something inside of them." Rathgate always had trouble not taking that personally. She had spent her entire career working to help what Katie called the crazies, and so things quieted down for a while. Jacob's parents managed to keep him contained and away from Thomas for 3 entire years. They knew he needed more help than they were capable of giving, but they felt they had the situation under control. They were wrong. Jacob covertly purchased a long-range camera from eBay and took hundreds of pictures with it. He took pictures of Thomas leaving for school. He took pictures of Thomas retrieving the spare key from the backyard after he left his own set in his room. He took pictures from downstairs of Thomas entering the code for the security system. For 10 months, he watched the house, plotting how he'd get in. All as Katie. On the last afternoon of Thomas's life, Jacob slipped out of the house while his mother was napping. He showed up at the school wearing his Katie wig and short skirt. He sat on the bleachers talking to himself as he watched Thomas at football practice. Everyone noticed him, including Thomas. The staff blew the whistle, ending practice early, and they called the team inside while they called the police. By the time the police arrived, less than 10 minutes later, Jacob had vanished. Inquiring at the Jameson home turned up nothing. Jacob's mother told him that she'd deal with Jacob when he returned home. The police officers handed her their card and told her to call when her son returned. They were most interested in having a word with him. Thomas, meanwhile, was shaken by the incident and didn't go straight home. He went to see one of his former girlfriends. Tammy Claremont was a sophomore from a neighboring school district. According to his friends and family members, they ended their relationship on amicable terms and had remained good friends. Thomas went to her that evening, terrified and seeking comfort. He didn't tell her why, not wanting to frighten her away. They went for pizza around 6:15 p.m., and pizza led to a movie. By the time the movie was over at 9 p.m., Thomas figured Jacob had either returned home or had been arrested. He indeed had returned home. After spending several hours sitting in the drainpipe, he'd come back to his mother in rage. She slapped him and asked him where the hell he was and what he thought he was doing. She showed him the card from the police officers. He responded by smashing his mother's head in with her own rolling pin. The medical report stated that 3 of her fingers on her right hand were broken. She tried in vain to shield herself from the blows. His father was out of town on a business trip, and at the time he wasn't scheduled home for 2 days. So her hands were the only thing between her and her son. His mother's time of death was placed around 9:05 p.m. Thomas and Tammy arrived at the Durham home 15 minutes later to have sex. Jacob watched from the closet and masturbated. When Thomas took Tammy home, Jacob went home and cried. This might have been the closest Jacob had ever come to breaking out of his fantasy world. He had seen for himself that Thomas was quite heterosexual. He had heard the nasty things Thomas said about him. He'd called him weird. He disregarded Jacob's affections as nasty. For once, the bubble he lived in all of his life threatened to pop. Thomas didn't love him. Thomas wasn't even his friend.
And in reality, Thomas probably hated him. Jacob couldn't face it, so Katie took over. Katie assured him that everything would be taken care of. Jacob put on the Katie wig and skirt, both covered in his mother's blood, and then went to wait for Thomas. When Thomas returned around 11:05 p.m., Jacob emerged from the shadows and disemboweled him with a kitchen knife. When the Durhams arrived home mere minutes later, they found him cradling their son's mangled and cooling corpse. He was weeping and saying over and over, "Katie killed him! Killed him! She killed him!" Rathjib had a difficult job ahead of her. In order to help Jacob, she had to get him to admit that he killed Thomas, not Katie. And in order to do that, she had to convince him that Katie was a product of his own imagination, a girl he'd invented to try and get Thomas's attention. Thomas had never had the slightest homosexual tendency, and on some level, Jacob knew that, so he tried to make himself more appealing by becoming female. Jacob had never loved or cared for Thomas. All he ever felt for the boy he murdered was obsession driven by primal, unfathomable lust. Would Jacob ever actually be able to see that? Unlikely. As far as Jacob was concerned, he loved Thomas more than anyone else ever could. The idea that he actually killed the boy that he believed that he loved so deeply was already more than his shattered mind could handle. At least no one else will be hurt, she thought as she packed up her bag. This brought her no comfort whatsoever. She was going home to her family, to her wonderful husband and 2 living, breathing children. She thought of something that Katie Miller's journal that, in the light of everything that happened, seemed to resonate with her. No one thinks of the crazy people until they have to. They try to fix them by giving them drugs to make them fit into a society in which they will never belong. It's like taking a piece from a different puzzle and trying to force it in with another puzzle. The piece might eventually go in, but the round connecting edges will be bent and warped. The image on the surface will be rippled and distorted, and it will never look like it belongs there. Imagine a completed image of the Scottish Highlands with a fragment of a yellow duckling sitting in the center. Imagine a shiny 65 Ford Mustang with roses where the door handle ought to be. We try to force them to fit in so we can continue marching, continue turning the endless cogs of progress. When the drugs don't provide enough cover to hide their imperfections, they're sent away to asylums, out of sight, out of mind. And does the system work? This process of painting over blemishes or sweeping them under the rug? It does until one of them decides to remind society that they are there, that they are human, and that they are suffering. Gunshots. 13 with their brains all over the carpet. Explosions. 22 blown to bits. Rampages. 84 run over in the street by a truck. Society takes notice then, don't they? They stop and remember. They mourn their dead and wonder what happened. Fat, dumpy women on the 6 o'clock news bawling into a microphone, snot running down their faces asking, "Why? Why? Why?" Because ducklings don't belong in the Scottish Highlands, roses don't belong on a Ford Mustang. Broken people cannot be pushed aside without eventual repercussions. Rathjib pondered all these things as she merged onto interstate traffic. As crazy as Jacob is, she thought, he's right. Everything was done to hide, overlook, or otherwise disregard Jacob's issues. From the first incident until the absolute last, little action was taken. One boy shows another his genitals. Boys will be boys. Let the kid talk to a therapist. He's pretending to be a girl. Transgenderism is a sensitive issue right now. Let's not touch this one, as long as he doesn't hurt anyone. Restraining order? Let's not blow this out of proportion. We really enjoy our lovely home. Why did no one force the issue? Why did no one insist or even demand the boy receive continuing long-term care? There were so many signs, roughly 13 years of them. Why didn't no one see them for what they were? No one thinks of the crazy people until they have to. They try to fix them by giving them drugs. They force them to fit into a society to which they will never belong. They stop and they remember. They mourn their dead and wonder why it happened. Fat, dumpy women on the 6 o'clock news, bawling into a microphone, snot running down their faces asking, "Why? Why? Why?" Because ducklings don't belong in the Scottish Highlands, and roses don't belong on a Ford Mustang. In his own way, Rathgib had realized long ago, Jacob had been using Katie's blogs to subconsciously warn people of what was to come. He was screaming out for help, but his voice was drowned out by the grinding cogs and the thunder of the ever-moving pistons of society's progress machine. The machine rolled over him as carelessly as the lawnmower rolls over an anthill. It sucked him in, chewed him up, and spit him out. And he pulled Thomas into the blades with him, kicking and screaming.